Check. 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 Check.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It got quiet, so I was like, okay, it's my cue. Um, Thanks so much for coming back today. We're so happy to see your faces and our virtual folks. Thank you for joining as well. We hope yesterday was informative and insightful. Personally, I loved listening in to all of the panels and the workshop sessions. I feel like hopefully that was a success. And thank you so much to our speakers and facilitators from yesterday. And we hope that you feel ready to bring what you've learned yesterday to your organization and to know that there's much more that we'll have today that hopefully you'll bring with you as well. Um, and again, a thank you to everyone who spoke yesterday. And I would like to, since Ed gave lots of people yesterday evening a shout out, give a huge shout out to Ed, please, for his very, very hard work. And we'll recognize him more later, but just wanted to make sure he felt the love as well. So today is going to be another wonderful day. I'm going to give kind of just a brief rundown of how today will go. Um, Jamie Lewis Keith is going to give us a more detailed update on the ethical transparency tool. We're going to have a really important panel led and moderated by Serena Niote on ending harassment and exclusion in STEM through comprehensive strategies. And then we have a lunch plenary today, which is timely on the implications of the presidential election, upcoming presidential election. And we wanted to hold space for table talks after this plenary. We didn't want to just have this really, really important and timely plenary on something that is so important and top of, I'm sure, everyone's minds without allowing for discussion after the fact. So we're actually going to have an hour for table talks after that plenary, and we have some guiding questions, but we also really just want it to be a space for folks to connect with one another. This is, a safe place to express your thoughts and emotions about it as well. And on that note, I just wanted to re-up our norms. So we have take care of yourself, respect personal space. We have our amazing ASL interpreters here. So can we also give another thank you to them, please? Thank you. Share the air and respect others, especially please consider that during our table talks. We had our workshops yesterday, but perhaps we can practice the same thing during our table talks of what is said stays and what is learned leaves. And finally, we have lots of materials and guides for you in the Google folder as well. And I'll be updating our resource document, by the way. I've been getting lots of lovely resources yesterday, and please feel free to send any to me today as well. And I'll be continuing to update that. So with that, we would like to take a moment to recognize the planning committee. So Ed, if you wouldn't mind coming on up before Jamie comes up for her presentation.
Sure. So good morning, everyone. So yes, thank you for the love, Louisa and Jamie. We'll soon have you up here, but we just wanted to take a moment to recognize the members of the planning committee with a small token of our appreciation, because we know how much you all have done to put the program together, to recommend folks, to moderate panels, to facilitate workshops, etc. So if each of you would come up, that would be fantastic. Again, certainly a small token, but hopefully in the thinking about the future of the consortium, we hope you can continue to keep the fire burning, blaze a trail. So Ms. Stacy East, Mr. Mark Beebe, Dr. Yvette Seeger, Ms. Serena Niote, Francis Alvey Banda is not here with us now, but we'll certainly receive one. And Louisa Hurt for all of the work she's done to put this together. So it's a candle we hope you will use to think about the consortium, to keep the fire burning, and to continue this work and to be amazing even more in the future. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll turn the conversation over to Jamie Lewis Keith.
Elise and Stacy. And I think we should have Michelle Tellock on, yeah. Can we spotlight her?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Oops. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be able to talk about the ethical transparency tool ETT today. I thought it was really amazing, or maybe timely, that we kept hearing yesterday about how more information is needed. And I think in order to take action, we heard the NSF and NIH, we heard some of the foundations saying this, and this is a very important tool that that can help make that happen. So I am here today with Felice Levine, the Executive Director of the American Educational Research Association, and as you know, co-chair of the Consortium Executive Committee, and Stacy East, Director of Equity and Grants at the Entomological Society of America and a member of our Executive Committee. And our colleague, Michelle Tellock, who is Deputy General Counsel at Vanderbilt University and is joining us remotely. So hopefully welcoming Michelle as well. She's not on yet. Okay. Well, we're a little bit early. Okay. Let me excuse me, everyone. We're actually ahead of schedule. So I'm going to send a quick text to So in this session, we are going to provide an update on the ethical transparency tool, ETT, and its pilot, and then we'll have time for questions and conversation. So we can go to the next slide. So ETT is really you've heard me say this before, it's a rubber hit the road tool to help organizations and people concretely lead in advancing a healthy, inclusive climate by creating a norm of ethical transparency, both within an organization and across the entire higher education research ecosystem. The tool makes it easier for societies and institutions to access findings of sexual, gender, and racial or other ethical misconduct about a person wherever it occurs across all sectors where people work and affect climate while treating everyone ethically. Next slide, please. 3 design elements minimize legal and enterprise risk while also achieving efficiencies. First is that ETT is a fact-finding tool. It is not a policy. Each entity that registers to use ETT retains its complete independence to define findings and make its own policies, procedures, and decisions, including about who is qualified for an honor, employment, or a role, and also how to treat everyone fairly. Second, ETT obtains a person's consent before a disclosure is given, and it automates the consent process for efficiency. So once a single consent of a person is given, that consent has system-wide impact and a 10-year life. During that period, that one consent can be used by any ETT registered entity to request disclosures as part of making its independent decision. And it also authorizes any entities that made misconduct findings about a person to make disclosures, even if they are not registered to use ETT. And third, while ETT automates disclosure requests on behalf of any ETT registered entity when it wants them, it's really your decision. The disclosures themselves are made directly by the most reliable source, the entity that made the findings, to the specific ETT registered entity that requested it. ETT itself never receives a completed disclosure form. There's no shame list. There's no broadcast of findings or central repository of misconduct records. The disclosure form has an easy check the box format, and it's limited to hard to dispute but useful facts, either that there's been no finding of the covered types, or that there is a finding and the date of that finding, the year of it, and the kind of misconduct. The disclosure requests are accompanied by the person's completed consent form with confirmation that that consent applies to the recipient of the disclosure request, and a blank disclosure form. And this combination of material makes it much easier for disclosures to be made, and it's more likely that they'll be made. Next slide, please. ETT will help to implement NASM's and AAU's anti-harassment principles. Every entity that uses the tool will benefit themselves while also uniquely contributing to a healthy education research ecosystem and everyone in it. ETT is recognized as a promising practice to stop passing the harasser and to create healthy STEM fields by NASM's Action Collaborative, which cited the ETT as a promising practice in a 2023 paper on promising practices, and by the White House in its STEM Opportunity Alliance announcement. Next slide, please. These are the leading organizations that guided the design of ETT, and you will get the slide deck, but I just have to remark that these are really major higher education and research organizations, research universities, both public and private, and a number of societies. So this was really a very important group that spent almost 4 years on monthly calls doing this work. And so there's been a lot of input and a lot of thoughtfulness in the design. Next slide, please. These are the society and university inaugural transparency leaders who are actually participating in the pilot. And you'll see, again, there are 5 research universities, one of which is a large public, another is a regional public, and the rest are private institutions. And we have, I think, 7 societies. So this is, and of various sizes and disciplines. BU is building the IT system that will support ETT, and AAAS and Vanderbilt with Ed Council form the working group that advises BU to assure that the user experience will be easy. And we are enormously grateful to all the pilot participants for their leadership, with special gratitude to AAAS, BU, and Vanderbilt. And I will also say that that all of these organizations, AAAS, BU, and Vanderbilt, were involved in the design. And Vanderbilt also has provided both legal and marketing expertise, and has been a wonderful thought partner in this endeavor. Next slide, please. The pilot's objectives and phases are threefold, and we're in the pilot right now. First is that there's been a quiet phase during 2024. And during this time, BU has been developing the IT system, and each pilot participant is independently deciding the area where it will actively use the tool in the pilot. And that is to come. Each of the pilot participants is also exploring how it will work with ETT and deciding how to integrate the tool into its own process, because again, it's just a tool, not a policy. Second, during the active phase that will begin in January of 2025, the pilot participants will use the tool in real situations and make sure that it works as it's intended. We can make some small refinements during that period, and it will be a full 12 months of using the tool. And then third, the full launch of ETT post-pilot is expected in early 2026. And at that time, many societies and institutions will be able to register to use ETT for the greatest impact. Next slide, please. These are the 4 key really process points in ETT. The 2 that are in blue, or that are in blue text, are the actions that registered entities take. And the first is that an entity registers to use ETT once, only once. And then second, the second thing that institutions or societies do is to request disclosures, which they do with a simple click on the ETT system. Whenever they are considering a person for an honor, employment, leadership, or other role, and they decide that it's the type of role or honor where they'd like to use ETT to get disclosures. So you pick what you'd want to use this tool for, but you can use it for a wide range of things. And the 2 times that you really engage with the system are to register once and then to request disclosures each time that you want to do that. The second set of actions, which are in green, are what an individual does. And those are, an individual does these things as conditions to being considered by an ETT registered entity that wants to use the ETT. So first, an individual registers and completes a consent form, and the person does that only one time in 10 years. And they do that when the first ETT registered entity to consider them decides to use ETT in order to get disclosures. The second thing that an individual does is to complete an exhibit form to list and provide updated contacts for the person's employers, societies, appointing and honoring entities, current and prior, that will be receiving disclosure requests, and to confirm that their consent covers these entities in an up-to-date list, which the person does each time they're being considered and ETT is being used. Just go to the next slide if you would, and just, yeah. So I'm not going to go through this process, but I'll just say that when you get the slide deck, you can actually click through this, and there are talking points under this, and it sort of shows you step by step how a person and an entity walks through this process. So I think at this time we'll take down the slides, and I'm really thrilled to have Felice Levine and Stacy and Michelle. Welcome, Michelle, here. And Michelle, if it's okay, starting with you, and then Stacy, and then Felice, I'd really appreciate it if you could share the 3 things, really, the reasons why your organization is participating in the pilot, the areas that you're piloting or how you're deciding what to pilot, and then the benefits that you anticipate for your own organization, but also for the education research ecosystem. And we'll start, Michelle, with you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jamie. And thank you everyone for having us here. Vanderbilt is really thrilled to be a part of the pilot program for ETT, and we've enjoyed being a part of the design and iterative process that has gotten us to this point. Ultimately, we think there are several different benefits for us as a participating institution, and we really hope that the pilot organizations, institutions, and associations are able to serve as a sign of what these benefits might be for any other organization or association that might want to join as well, because we think these benefits just continue to multiply the more that others join in. But we really think that ETT provides us a reliable way to have a healthy environment to talk about enterprise risk. And we know that if we don't have knowledge of a misconduct finding that has been made by another organization, it's hard for us to understand what risk we might be taking on. And we're able to minimize our legal exposure and focus on what's really needed through the ETT tool. And again, as Jamie said, it's a tool, it's not a policy. So it just provides us a framework for thinking about how, as an institution, we want to approach these issues. And we really see a possibility for increased ease and efficiency of sharing information, both for us as a requesting entity, but also as a receiving entity of information through the ETT process. And we really think that the framework that ETT provides is flexible. Again, it's a tool. It's not an and, it's an and, not an or. And we think that that's additive to us as we think about our own processes and policies. In the pilot phase, we're going to be focusing on internal honors and leadership roles, and piloting the tool for those types of roles within, for example, our provost office, so that we can highlight examples of elevating people into leadership who have agreed to participate and to use the tool. So again, we're really pleased to be a part of the pilot, and thanks for having me here today.
Thank you, Michelle. That's great. And as I said, Vanderbilt has been a major contributor to the design and to this pilot process. And I really appreciate Michelle and the general counsel as well at Vanderbilt for being thought partners, legal thought partners through this process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Stacy.
Thank you, Jamie. So our analysis was very similar to Michelle's, and I don't want to repeat everything she said. So I will add, participating in the ETT, I believe for the Entomological Society of America was a way to actualize and take advantage of our membership. It allows us to lean in on the expertise of other agencies and the society's consortium to make sure that we become aware of ethics violations in a legal way. When we engage in projects, we always have to do an analysis of, how much, how many resources that activity will take. This is in my mind, low resource activity. And so we get a lot of bang for our buck with very little energy. And then as far as how we're piloting it, very similar to what Michelle said, high honors and leadership, but we're going to start in January with one group of our members, a very small group. We haven't announced it yet, but it'll be a very small group. And just so we can make sure our processes, and a friendly group. So if we need to change our processes along the way, we'll have the ability to do that without a lot of backlash. And then we'll pilot it with a second group of the same size in June, likely, and then see how it works.
That's really helpful. And I think we also in the pilot are giving people an opportunity to either join the first cohort in January or to join a few months later. But the idea of actually staging it like that is really interesting approach that sounds like a really wise approach. Thank you for sharing that. Felice.
So I'll try not to be repetitive, but I want to say that there are days I feel a little bit guilty because I feel like we're benefiting from being a free rider on this very innovative opportunity with some terrific heavy lifting from really fine institutions and colleagues. And so even though we think about it as a tool, it is a policy decision to move in a direction of integrating ETT into your programming. But the way to really think about it is, what if you don't have it? If you don't have it, you are always anxious about innuendo, rumor, how you calibrate in context of many of us having policies that inform how we do honors or awards or nominations. And we try to create a safe haven to discuss those issues and avert going overboard, but also avert going underboard. And this really provides a terrific opportunity. So I would say, AERA, American Educational Research Association, and how could we not join something at the intersection of creating a more supportive environment at the intersection of education and research? Of course, we're a research organization, but we like to think of ourselves as leading educatively. So I think I just had a few points. One, it's a natural fit to think through these mechanisms. It's a particular opportunity for us in the scientific society world to have that opportunity to work with higher education and academic institutions, because we are so integral in our ecosystem. So of course, I look at Vanderbilt, where Peabody College is one of our leading research institutions. I look at BU and its innovation and experimentation in education, but also with a very fine counseling program. Actually, the chair of our ethics committee happens to be there, just had kind of happenstance, or the former chair. The learning from others is really important about how we do it and where we do it. I think within the context of AERA, there's such a appreciation of the consortium that I almost need to have our leadership and membership become better aware of integrating what this opportunity means for us and for them, and not just kind of slip into it. So in deciding on areas for piloting, our in our fellows program, we don't assume that nominees to become fellows, which is an elevated status of membership, no. And our nominating committee for our highest offices, which is president-elect and at-large members of council, they also don't know until they're asked. So we'll need to adapt the process to have that as an election to accepting a nomination. So I think those are the two areas where we think a lot about those issues. The committees do. And so it's a really good natural fit without trying to diffuse it too much to too many places and spaces that will be too much to handle at once. So those are, I think, our two areas. And I would say from a benefits point of view, it's really aligning our association's values and commitments with higher education environments, reinforcing the kind of culture change we want to happen, and the kind of transparency that we feel scientists should feel comfortable in sharing, and raising the notion that it's not a gotcha, but it is a way of sharing together as we build and advance the field. So my one bullet on that topic in response to Jamie's question was elevating or normalizing the value of being transparent around relevant issues and experience, and not feeling even uncomfortable if something is part of one's history, that you still can be an integral part of a community and a valued part of that community. And I think that this really holds promise of being mutually educative and supportive, and that's what drives us to do this.
I'm so glad you raised that, Felice, that last point, because as a tool, this was intentionally designed with recognition that sometimes people may make mistakes in their behavior, and they can still learn, demonstrate that they have learned, and be and earn the ability to be a very important member of the community. But that having that transparency is so important. The other thing that I'll note is that that this is one tool in your toolbox. It's not necessarily it's not the only tool. If you do self-disclosures, self-disclosures are a good pairing with the ethical transparency tool, because you can ask people to self-disclose if there are, pending allegations. But I think the reason that ETT is such a good pairing is that it is making sure that the most reliable source provides information about whether there's been a finding. And that is something many organizations, even with a consent, will not disclose if there's something that has been alleged. And there does have to be some care and ethics around how you respond to an allegation, because not every, I know it takes a lot of courage to make an allegation, and many allegations are true, but not all of them. And so it's very important to have good processes in place for that. But the ethical transparency tool is not about something that's in dispute. It's about something that is factually occurred. There's been a finding. It's of a certain age and year, and it is and it's of a certain type. And that's really important information to have from the most reliable source. So I'm hoping, are there any questions? Yeah, it looks like we have some from online.
I have a question from the chat, which is how/when will the ETT be available for adoption by constituent societies?
So I will say that if anyone wants to make a last minute action to join the pilot, this is your last chance. So there is an opportunity if you want to, but you've got to sort of let me know really soon. And then we do anticipate that the active phase of the pilot, where the pilot participants will actually be using the tool in a real situation, will last for 12 months. So that will be 2025. And at the end of that year, at the beginning of 2026, we will open it up for a big push to invite as many as possible in the society world and the institution of higher education world. I know that Johns Hopkins, University of Minnesota, Grand Valley University, which is a regional in Michigan, are also in the pilot from the university side. And we have, as I said, 7 major societies. We could bring that slide back up to just remind everyone who's participating in the pilot.
And I just saw another question in the chat that asked, how much will it cost for a member society to join?
So a member society of the Societies Consortium does not have any fee to join the pilot, because your dues have contributed to the development of this tool. Universities are going to be paying a relatively small fee. It will be no more than $5,000 per university to be part of the pilot. And then once the pilot is over, BU is still contemplating doing the technology service for this. And it is not anticipating that it will be a high cost, and we will share that cost across everyone, but we expect it to be a low cost per year. I don't know exactly what, I don't know if it'll be $500 or $1,000, but something small.
Thank you all so much for your work on this. I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to 2026 when it gets launched. I was just curious if you'd had any pushback from universities regarding the NDA issue that we talked a little bit about yesterday, or if you see the tool maybe exhibiting upward pressure to get rid of NDAs.
I'm glad you asked the question. One of the great things about the tool is that the consent form has a waiver of non-disclosure agreements and other limits on disclosure of the information that is contained in the disclosure form. And providing a consent is something that becomes a condition to an individual being considered for whatever honors or positions you choose to use the tool. So you decide where you want to use the tool, but when you use the tool, it's a condition to being considered that the person provide the consent. And once they provide their consent is a 10-year consent, and any registered entity gets to use it. So the more entities participate and use the tool, the richer the database of individuals who've consented will be, and you won't even have to ask for consent because the consent will be there.
So I have a question that's a little bit broader than the tool itself, and it speaks more to the pain point that was mentioned yesterday, where the notion where you don't have a finding, the person has moved on, and we have people in our ecosystem that have a real point of pain. And so while I'm able to share that this is a tool that the society will use to identify people who perhaps we need to push the pause on honors, I'm wondering how I speak to the people in our community that have that point of pain where there is no finding, to still demonstrate that the society is moving in the direction to really end harassment, although we don't have a finding in a particular situation. So I'd be interested if you or the panel can give us a narrative to kind of assuage those feelings for those members in our community. Thank you.
Well, I'll share something, and Travis York is here and Beth Cunningham is here. There are a number of additional organizations that are part of this pilot and have participated, and APS has been part of the design process and the pilot as well. So I really invite any of you to join in, but I'll just sort of elevate what I always explain, which is that many organizations, with or without a consent, will not provide information on a pending allegation. That is the world we live in. And so, and no tool is a silver bullet that is going to solve every problem. But what the ETT does, I think, is give you very important information. And it is ideal, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, and this is a very much a policy decision that each organization has to make. It is my opinion that the ideal is to have self-disclosures with the kind of process that was discussed yesterday, where if someone does not disclose, they and it turns out later that they have failed to disclose, that is a disciplinary event. And then to have ETT to make sure that those findings are there. The other thing that I think ETT will do, and I'll ask Michelle and the panel to sort of reflect on this as well, and Travis and Beth and anyone else who would like to join in. The other thing is that as you begin to create a norm of transparency by using a tool like this, it is a deterrent also, because people know that it's out there, it's going to be a requirement. And so even, before there is a bad act, it's something that people have in their minds. So I think that is helpful. And as that norm of transparency exists, things like the fact that the consent form has a waiver of non-disclosure agreements does put some pressure on the idea that why do we have non-disclosure agreements? So anyway, invite any of you to join in on those or other points.
So patients, to me, it seems that when we deal with ethics violations, it's a continuum, right? On some level, institutions have to ensure that they do not violate the due process rights of accused and that they are not engaged in defamatory conduct, etc. So in addition to the ethics transparency tool, I assume that the society would have a very robust ethics policy that would allow individuals who have been victims of sexual harassment to report it, and that those societies can then engage in whatever investigatory actions they want to take. Right. So what you're creating an ecosystem where incidents that do not have true findings can be reported through the ethics process of the society. And if there's a true finding, even if that person isn't a member of the society, you still have access to that information.
Just saying that oftentimes these are non-society events where members have been impacted. They are in a point of pain, and the society lacks the ability to investigate things that have happened outside of their society because they don't have the enforcement for non-members and other ones. And so that's really the rub here on that situation.
But that's not to debate, that's part of how you set up your ethics policy, right? So if a person has engaged in inappropriate conduct outside of a society event, what says that the society can still not investigate? I mean, we have to decide how we want to use our resources, right? Because an investigation can cost thousands of dollars and months. But if that's not the case, it's up to us to decide the limits of our ethics policies.
And if you look at I think those are important points. If you look at the model policy, the model conduct policy, it points this out. It points out here, one of the big questions when you design a policy is what is the scope of the policy? And it certainly takes into account capacity, resource priorities, et cetera. But it is something that you have to think through that aspect of the issue.
Emphasize also that this collaboration with higher education and other research institutions helps to make for a more integrated ecosystem. So while I haven't updated my data in the past 5 years, there are few societies that enforce activity outside of their own societies. It's a big and expensive job to do, and most societies don't have the depth of field, the staff, and the resources. And why part of my opening remarks or comment talked about the opportunity this provides for closer interaction with higher education and other research institutions and environments is that it sets in motion a larger conversation. But this is only one tool. Many of us now have, not all, we have ombuds persons. And while they are at our meetings, members or attendees do go and talk about other issues, sometimes talking about how they hit brick walls at their academic institutions, or they're very torn when they even go to federal, or I should say not federal, but local or state agencies. So this provides an opportunity for a conversation that's protected in the context of the ombudsman or sessions. And so I think that very kind of interaction is really a plus, of which this is, I would say, one, I don't want to say unanticipated, but one environmental spillover to something that might seem as formal as ETT. It really creates helps to expand the space for, I think, a transformed mode of interaction.
I just want to make sure Michelle has an opportunity to join in if you have any comments. Also, I don't want to make sure you're included if there's anything.
Yeah, thank you all. The one thing I would add is that I think, as you mentioned, Jamie, this is part of a bigger toolbox, right? One tool in a toolbox to try to change the narrative. And so what I would say to the questioner is, recognizing that sometimes institutional policies constrain what may or may not be found to be violative of a policy. A lot of times there's these sort of accumulated low-level offenses that may not rise to a policy finding in the first instance, but I think it's part of changing the culture is thinking about how do we ultimately get to a place where our policies reflect what we find to be problematic behavior and conduct, and where do people feel supported in making reports, knowing that something is going to happen as a result. So I totally hear your feedback that this may not solve the problem. And we know ultimately there are those bad actors out there who say, well, the policy, and nobody said I violated the policy. The investigation found that there was no policy violation. And that can be disheartening along the way. But I think it's part of ultimately changing the tide toward more appropriate, more responsible, more ethical behavior across the culture. And so the more that we can encourage every organization to think about what its own policies might be that may reflect some standard that's lower than what is a violation of the law, but a violation of our norms and behavioral expectations, I think it's a good tool to have in our toolbox.
Ben. And that's, I don't want to lose you. So if you wanted to make a quick point on.
Well, I think that what's been saying is exactly what it's an, and I think Stacy said that it's a part of our toolkit. And I'll just say patients, it'll be very interesting because some of APS's members are also AAPT's members. And so I think with us working together, I think it'll be an interesting trial of how we can set the tone and for the culture that we want.
Ben.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being so patient. Yeah, and then this is the last question.
Okay. So this is maybe, it should be brief, but technically, like what data linkages are being used to identify folks? Is it just their name, birthday? Just, I'm curious, like in terms of how secure in terms of could there be a false or like incorrect connection? And then what is the anticipated scope when thinking about the research community? Are research technicians or people that are maybe working at field stations that may, be science associated and in that realm and maybe where certain things are happening, but they're not included in this. So just curious.
Although it's not necessarily limited to science. I mean, it's an institution that signs up for this, or a society, our societies are science societies, and that's where we're starting. The universities are broader, obviously. And in the future, there might be other societies that end up being part of this. We're not starting that there. In terms, BU has a 4-person team that has been working on this for a long time, more than a year. And they are designing with security in mind. So we have dual authentication by cell phone and email and name and full name. And there are various technical design aspects that are, you will have to, it's just like when you use a credit card or a bank account, you've got to have the dual authentication. So that all of those kinds of security issues are being built into the system. So I just would like to thank Michelle and Stacy and Felice. This has been a great discussion, and thank all of you, and thank all of the, really recognize all the pilot participants and all the leadership that has gone into this really collaborative effort. So thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to see you all today. We have, I'm honored to moderate our panel on ending harassment and exclusion in STEM, perspectives on policy, practice, and culture. We have 3 panelists with us here today, 1 in person and 2 virtual. So I'll briefly introduce the topic, our panelists. We have a set of prepared questions, and then we'll be taking questions from the audience. So by way of quick intro, I can make my remarks while we get the other 2 panelists spotlight on display. I'm the Director of Public Affairs at the American Society for Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. We're a scientific society like everybody else here. We have about 12,000 members. I will say the perspective that I come from and the work that I do tends to focus more on the external aspect of addressing harassment in STEM and toxic work environments. So I lead a lot of our advocacy work, pushing federal agencies to have a better accountability system, reporting mechanisms, clear policies for any students or individuals who work within the public funded aspect of our research enterprise. I think it's extraordinarily important work, and I really commend everyone here for spending so much time understanding this issue and doing whatever they can within their spheres to address it. We also tend to focus a lot on the, power dynamics between principal investigators, their students, and how we can address that. And really, how do we help individuals who unfortunately have been targets of harassment to make sure they can stay in their careers and continue to progress, that they're not, upending their scientific careers. So that's a little bit about what we do. I would like to briefly introduce our panelists. We have Cynthia Prieto Diaz, the principal consultant at Alameda County Public Health Department, former 500 Women Scientists, former executive leadership team member. We have Ijoma Kola, Executive Director, Cohort Sisters, and Assistant Professor at University of Notre Dame. Welcome. And our last panelist is Morteza Mahmoudi, Associate Professor at Michigan State University and co-founder of the Academic Parity Movement. Welcome all. Thank you for joining virtually. We're excited to have you. So before I get started, I'd love if, each of our panelists gave just a few introductory remarks about policy, practice, and culture. I'll start with Ijoma.
Thanks so much, Serena. So my name is Ijoma Kola, and thank you so much for welcoming me into this space. It's been really interesting to hear some of the conversations that have been happening over the past couple of days. And so I have a little bit of a summary of some of the key points that I think have already come up in our discussion in terms of how we can ensure that policies and practices and actually cultural changes are made at the society level, at the institutional level, and in the broader STEM ecosystem as well. And then I have my own quick thoughts to share. So one of the things that has stuck out to me in our conversation so far is the importance of crosstalk and collaboration. Right, to the extent that's permissible legally, and is not bound by NDAs or kind of privacy laws. But how can we really work together? And in the societies, we're already leading the work on that by being in this space together, by working with one another here, but how can we move that forward? So I believe Beth already talked about, there are members that you have that are members of another society. So just remembering that it's important for us to do this work in collaboration with one another, especially as we think about people who just leave one space and enter another space. How can we kind of prevent the oh, I'm not great with English idioms, but like the passing of the buck to someone else, right? Another one is clarity and transparency, right? So how can we ensure that the policies that we do have are not jargon filled? They are really clear and easy to understand. I have appreciated the way that this convening has laid out very specific code of conduct. It was really clear. It was, available to us at registration. And we were reminded of it, at kind of at all points of the process. And so for those of us who kind of organize conferences, are there ways in which we can make sure that there is a code of conduct, a policy that is made really clear to our members, to our registrants when they register? It's put in the pre-program, it's, it's printed out, it's available for people, that not only highlights what the do's and don'ts are of behavior, but also like what the process is if there is an instance of harassment, what policies, what practices will be followed. Outlining that really simply in ways that people can understand, I think is one way to deter, bad behavior. It's just really clear and transparent about what is permissible and also what will be done if there are any kind of acts. And then the third thing that I want to offer is for us to kind of move beyond performative representation. So it's really important for us to have people who are often the targets of harassment. So whether that is women, people of color, LGBTQ plus people, people who are non-Christian, right? So religious minorities, people who tend to, although harassment impacts us all, they do impact some groups more than others. So how are we ensuring that they are represented in leadership, right? How are they on the committees that are involved in disciplining certain behaviors, and not just placed there to check off a box, right? But placed there to help shift cultural change, to help change the policies, to help change the practices, to help change the culture. And also not brought in just to solve a crisis. So, right, thinking about this idea of glass cliff, women are often brought in to fix problems. Someone I saw recently kind of referred to this for Black women as an ebony edge, right? You bring a Black woman to fix something, and then you've just kind of abandoned her without giving her the proper resources. So, right, like not just placing people in positions of leadership just to say that you've done something, but really empowering them, providing them with the tools that they need in order to make real change. So we've talked a lot about policy changes. We've talked a lot about, transparency, about collaboration. I would love for us to be intentional about, sometimes we just got to change the people as well, who are the decision makers, who are in leadership, and making sure that we really have representation, equitable, inclusive, true, not like on paper, but true representation of the folks who are most impacted by harassment.
Great, thank you. And I'll go to Cynthia next.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Happy to be here to talk about this very important topic, not only from my industry experience as a biomedical engineer, but from my perspective leading and collaborating on programs addressing environmental health disparities in underserved communities like my own here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Beyond my STEM background in industry, I am also focused on making science just more inclusive and equitable for everyone, because guess what? Science touches all of our lives every single day. And I would also like to disclose as part of this panel that I am a stubborn optimist and I am also wonderfully impatient. So that is what I bring for this panel today. Thank you.
Those are fantastic qualities that we always need. And our last but not least panelist, Morteza.
Hi, everyone. It's a great honor to be here with you today. Yeah, before I basically share my insight, I just wanted to disclose that I'm a co-founder and director of the Academic Parity Movement, which is a nonprofit organization that basically helps targets of academic bullying and harassment. So to me, based on the studies and surveys that has been published and the global surveys that we have done on our own at the Parity Movement, I mean, I think the only way to put an end on the issue of academic bullying and harassment is a functional collaboration between all of the stakeholders. And without that, I don't see any, practical solution to solve this situation. And I think we had that situation for over a century, as even in Albert Einstein's days, we were, witness bullying and harassment. I mean, I found a book written by Albert Einstein saying that when he basically published his ideas about general relativity and the new theories about time, he was ridiculed by hundreds of people who gathered together and wrote a book about, his ideas, which basically shows that we had ganging up against a target, which we call it today as mobbing, for even over a century. And academics basically was not successful to solve this issue. And on the other hand, the issue was evolved to a wide spectrum of actions and behaviors today. So why I'm saying that the collaborative functional action is needed? The very first thing is that institutions who are at the basis of addressing bullying and harassment does not have a clear reason to unfairly and unbiasedly consider the incidence of bullying and harassment and address those issues at their institutions. This is because their reputation is at stake. The other reason is that many of the perpetrators are well-funded. They bring a lot of money to universities. Universities doesn't like to basically cut their own money. And the other thing is that they don't have a very well developed policies on how to support targets. And they don't have a specific, I would say, funding for the support. The other thing is that at least the problem at the university is that we lack transparency over the number of the complaints, over what happens to the targets. And if you look at the scandals that comes to the news, we see that institutions basically secretly try to cover up for perpetrators and force targets to leave institutions. We don't have any statements even for the scandals of the highly cases that came to the news, any sort of a statement from the member of the internal investigation committees that why perpetrators have been supported by universities for many years, while many targets basically had to leave institutions. So lack of transparency, lack of accountability at different level is the problem. And the solution is that other stakeholders mandate transparency and actions for institutions. For example, if funding agencies comes to equation and ask institutions to reveal their anti-bullying policies and the incidences, and if they ban perpetrators from funding, then they may put universities in a better position to address this issue. The other problem, or the other, I would say, a stakeholder would be ranking agencies. If they consider the academic health of institution in their ranking, specifically for hospital-based universities, then the situation would be totally different. And I think we also need involvement of mental health professionals in the equation as well, because now universities with their current policies are the, I would say, the companies for making future bullies, because of the condition we know as identification with the harassers. Studies basically show that if you leave the target unhealed, which is the practice that most of the universities do, they are at the higher risk of showing bullying behaviors and harassment behaviors when they get to the position of the power. So what I basically think, like I mentioned at the beginning of my insight, is we need more transparency and accountability at the institutional level. And it only happens if other stakeholders, influential stakeholders, come to the equation and work together to finally put an end on this issue.
Great. Those are great opening remarks. Thank you so much. I'm gonna come out with might be a little bit of a difficult question. What is one policy or practice shift that you would propose to foster systemic change? So if you had a magic wand and could make one thing change, whether it's at your institution or at broader levels, what would that be? And we'll start with Cynthia this time.
Thank you so much. So heavy on the systemic change and the elevating of accountability, right? That has been mentioned already. Thank you so much. But what do I see? I see the need for concise and enforceable anti-harassment policies, right? But also open communication and awareness training that is not limited to just what is harassment, right? But bystander intervention training for individuals at these organizations or institutions is something that I would see. And as scientists, I think that let's continue to collect that data, have things improved, and continue to find patterns in areas where things can improve. Coming from industry and my biomedical engineering, there's a really large emphasis on continuous improvement, right? Organizations love to flaunt continuous improvement. Okay, let's go that route. But that also includes evaluating our organizational behavior to create a more effective and efficient organization. So we know this is a pervasive issue, and it's hindered countless women and marginalized individuals. So to me, addressing this really is a challenge of addressing the deeply ingrained patriarchal structures in our society and the cultural norms that continue to perpetuate this.
Great. And we'll go to Morteza next.
Yeah, for me, it would be development of a discipline-specific policies that can be monitored in action. Because many universities now have very thorough, I would say, policies, but in action, they don't follow their own policies. The other issue is the discipline specificity of the bullying and harassment policies. Now we have, everyone makes their own policies without considering the fact that the contextual behaviors of academic bullying and harassment are discipline specific. What is bullying and harassment in engineering may be totally different from what is bullying and harassment in medicine or in social sciences. So the contextual behaviors needs to be well understood, and policies should be developed around them. And there would be a strong monitoring system to ensure basically execution of those policies. So that would be the only thing I can imagine.
+1, both of those. I think the one additional thing that may be relevant for us in the room is it's not necessarily a policy, but a mindset, and that's courage. So to sort of tack on to what Morteza said, many of us have policies written down somewhere. If they're not in a meeting notes, they are ideally online. Maybe they've been shared with your members, but do we have the courage to actually take what is on paper and to act it out? Very different to have an idea and a written plan. It's different to actually execute when the time comes. So I would say that the courage to actually implement the various policies that we have developed to end harassment is one of the missing pieces.
Absolutely. So similarly, how can federal, state, and organizational policies be improved to protect marginalized individuals in STEM fields? I can call on somebody again, but if somebody wants to volunteer as well.
Yeah, I can basically start with that. So again, I think we need to follow the outcomes of the global surveys, which shows that basically marginalized people and minorities are more vulnerable to the bullying behaviors, and also see the successful examples of the, policies that could actually reduce the incidence of bullying and harassment at particular universities. For example, in the UK, we know that there's a funding agency called Wellcome Trust. They basically mandate institutions to reveal the anti-bullying profiles of all of the PIs that are applying for grants. If they don't do that, the funding agency banned the institution. So from that time, at least from the survey, we know that at particular universities in the UK, the incidence of bullying and harassment has significantly reduced. So following those successful examples are very critical. The other thing I think would be useful in the policies is to kind of declare how universities at least put one example on how they support targets and face perpetrators. Now, what we have in the literature and also in the news is that we see scandals that perpetrators have been supported for even decades. We have 2 years ago, we had an example that has been published in Science. I don't want to name the university, but it can be searched and found. But 2 decades of bullying and harassment, including sexual harassment, and hundreds of complaints were nowhere. So those examples, we can see how negative signals it can send to the targets, that the institutional policy to speak up is just a strategy and tactic to recognize them and force them to use code of silence and not supporting them. So if we can make positive signals for them with positive news around how institutions use their policy to support target and face perpetrators, that can foster a culture change that everyone can speak up and trust the system.
Cynthia Schulman?
I have
Yeah.
nothing.
Nothing to add. Okay, Cynthia, anything on your end?
Um, yes, happy to share. So in these conversations, I hear a lot about, and I've also witnessed it, the leaky pipelines, right? So I think it's really important that we continue to support women and gender diverse individuals into leadership positions, like so they can get there, right? So I am so excited that we've been making great strides in degree attainment, especially when it comes to STEM fields. But again, using my own experience, working in pharma, I have observed women leaving at higher rates, right, in the workforce, or pivoting away from the industry completely. And I think that is a disservice to our society, because we're not addressing the layers of biases, right? It's also, again, if we're just focusing on the science, it's not good science when our products don't necessarily represent or consider segments of the population that they serve, right? So it's in all of our best interest to continue to inspire women and gender diverse individuals to go into STEM, but also to not only go into STEM, but stay in STEM, and thrive in these sectors for the betterment of our society.
Right. So on a similar note, back to the key cultural shifts needed within STEM organizations to move beyond compliance and toward meaningful inclusion, how do we ensure that these shifts stick? I can start with you.
Sure. So I talked about follow through earlier, right? So taking things from paper to actually action. And I also think there's a level of, financial investment that's required, putting your money where your mouth is, right? So if you, say you've decided that you do want to see cultural shift in your society, you do want to see more inclusive representation. You do want to see more follow through with the enforcement of harassment policies. There also needs to be an investment in making sure that that work actually happens. So, can you bring in a DIA expert to observe your next conference and see where the gaps are in terms of inclusion and accessibility? Can you have someone shadow your leadership trainings or your board meetings and provide training to your leadership? There are oftentimes I think that we have the ability to solve things ourselves. And I think sometimes that we need to just invest in the training, invest in the expertise, invest in the knowledge that might not be held in our societies, in our communities, if we haven't already done the work of making sure that there's inclusive, diverse representation. And so you might need to set aside some funds to bring in external consulting to help you do the work of moving the policies that you've worked so hard to come up with, moving those forward.
Absolutely. Cynthia or Morteza?
Yeah, I can add just a few more things. I mean, one of the things that I think should be considered here is the positive outcomes of the diversity and inclusion at different levels. I mean, this needs to be mentioned, monitored, mentioned in a clear way, that how diversity, increasing and enhancing diversity and inclusion can improve judgments, can improve the outcomes of the institution or industry or whatever sector that we are talking about. Those basically outcomes can increase the demand of the society and the sector and the community for having more inclusion and diverse communities. I think we still lack those measurements.
All right. So what else do we need from leadership, societies, industry, higher education, and others to foster these changes? And I'll start with Cynthia.
Thank you. I think something that we've mentioned here, and I was excited that in this conference we've also been in agreement with data-driven accountability, right? And tools that are being developed to be able to capture that. The need to continue to capture that data and like the baseline metrics, because what are you measuring against? As well as the impact of the actions that maybe have been implemented. So have things improved? If so, by how much? I think we also need to present the need for an inclusive environment in the STEM ecosystem and really across all sectors to prevent harassment beyond the impact on society, right, and the trauma that it inflicts, but in a way that leadership will understand, right? And I was excited to hear yesterday about let's make a business case for this. The need of an inclusive environment, guess what? Once again, if your organization looks like the population you are serving, you are better able to serve those populations. User needs, check, because guess what? You have that insight. So let's continue to advocate for that through the lens of the economy as well. It's better for everyone. And also, again, earlier, I believe, providing transparency for promotion criteria to ensure that these opportunities are equitable and to have flexible work arrangements, right? So yes, that's what I think we'll need.
Go ahead. Happy to go to Ijoma.
Okay, I couldn't tell if Morteza was unmuted and wanted to speak.
Yeah.
So it's tough being one of the last panels because a lot of it has already been said. But I think that leadership, society leadership, higher education, industries, we've talked about collaboration, we've talked about transparency. I brought up courage and inclusive representation. I want to just kind of piggyback on what Cynthia mentioned around a messaging around about why this matters, why this is important. We're in a space where some words no longer mean anything to people. And so if the language of equity and inclusion are not resonating with leadership, then we got to figure out a new, excuse me, a different way of making the case. And so maybe that's an economic framework. Maybe that is the sustainability of our discipline framework. So just kind of thinking about how can we communicate to the leadership that this matters, not just for an individual who's been the target, but really for all of us, right? For society at large. So I would say trying to just kind of figure out what messaging tactics can be used to get leadership on board, because ultimately, although I'm a firm believer of kind of grassroots movement and grassroots activism and bottom-up change, we also do need investment by leaders, whether that's, again, at the institutional level or at the society level.
So one thing I would like to add is that, I mean, increasing awareness, like the other two panelists basically mentioned correctly, increasing awareness about the side effects of having a non-healthy environment among all of the stakeholders and society would be very important. Sometimes general, assumption is that the side effect of bullying and harassment comes to target. That's not true. For example, studies show that if you are in the healthcare system and you have a toxic environment, patients pay the price as well, because there's a great correlation between errors in medical decision and toxic behavior. So even leaders in the industry can understand that most of their workforce comes from academia. If academia has a toxic culture, the people coming from academia can transfer that culture to industry as well. And culture of bullying in industry can disrupt collaboration, can disrupt innovation, can reduce employees' morale, can do several harm to increasing noise where the judgment is the case. And in summary, it can basically affect the profit of the business. And if you look at different sectors, they all share some side effects that affects them. So I think increasing awareness and understanding that the bullying and harassment affect every sector in one way or another would be a great help to basically bring leadership at different sectors into equation to solve this issue.
Great. I have one more question for our panelists, and then we'd like to open up to questions from the audience. So please be ready. The last question I have for our panelists is, what are the most effective practices for empowering marginalized groups in policy and leadership development to ensure their perspectives are embedded in proposed solutions? And
At least from my point of view, it would be kind of having a voice in a committees at the higher level, because sometimes, again, studies and surveys show that some people try to kind of get rid of minorities and basically go to the top, be untouchable, and manage everything. So one thing that can be very useful is to have a diverse group at the decision-making processes, at the leadership and, every higher decision-making processes.
Cynthia?
Yes, thank you so much. I think it's about stepping up and speaking up, but also supporting other individuals to do so. So often I feel as our communities that are most impacted feel the additional burden of having to educate our counterparts, right? When there is already a lot that we are handling. So I believe that it's time for our allies to step up or step aside to make that space for us. So highly recommend individuals from historically excluded communities to also have the audacity to go into policy and to take on these leadership roles, because we are very much needed and our perspectives are needed in order to ensure that that yes, we bring those perspectives into solutions that are being developed and proposed. That's why, if I may, I was super excited to join organizations like 500 Women Scientists and engineers and scientists acting locally, right? Because they know that who has a voice or who has a seat at the table, it's by those individuals that show up. So I not only do this or I speak up for myself, but I do it for the people that may not have the privilege to do so. And I take on that responsibility with honor. Thank you.
Yes. So I love both of those responses. So one about representation and the other about audacity and allyship. And I think the one other thing that I'll add is, when you bring historically excluded and marginalized people to the table, there's an element of rebuilding trust and psychological safety that's often not done, right? And so I want to try and draw from an experience that I had. I forgot to share like what Cohort Sisters is. But Cohort Sisters, works to advance racial and gender equity in doctoral education. So we support doctoral scholars, mostly Black women and gender expansive people who are pursuing their doctorate. And last year we had a student who was experiencing a lot of religious and gender and racial discrimination within her department and was considering leaving her doctoral degree. And she, took it up to the proper channels, but at one point, reached out to me and said that I know this is not going to go anywhere, not just because of what's happening to me, but because my institution has, been silent on other issues. So kind of thinking about what we can do, again, at the society level, it's one thing to bring someone to the table and say that your voice is needed, your voice is welcome, your perspective is respected. It's another thing to make a stand when other issues, when other instances of sexism, racism, bullying, harassment are happening kind of globally. So one way I think to build psychological safety, to build trust, is to show that you care, not just when it is someone impacting someone in your community, but kind of just make a stance more broadly, right? So are there opportunities for your society to publicly and courageously comment on instances of harassment and bullying that happen outside of your society? Are there opportunities for you to demonstrate that you see and care when there are, global instances of racism and injustice and sexism and genocide? Are there opportunities for you to demonstrate to the people in your community that you really do truly hold their best interests at heart, so that when they do come and sit at the table, they feel as if they're truly welcome there, because there has been an increased amount of safety and a better sense of trust that they have, that their perspectives are welcome and valued. And again, not just, there to check a box and for you to just say like, we included people, right? So I think that there's a lot of opportunity for us to think about how can we truly make our organizations, our societies, our membership communities, our conferences feel safe for people, not just in the design of the experiences, but really in how we move about the world as an organization, how we make it really clear that we care about harassment, we care about bullying, we care about equity, we care about inclusion and justice for all, right?
That was a very empowering thing to end on. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience, either virtual or in person? We're quiet today.
I'm very happy to see Cynthia Morteza and Ijoma on this panel. These are star spokespeople for this issue in our early career community. So thank you all. And also our illustrious moderator. So really, thank you so much. We talk with passion, and I've talked with all of you about the need for that demonstration that Ijoma just mentioned, like that you're really doing something, and what do you see about what people can do within their own spheres, their own small groups, their own, staff teams at societies, lab groups, what are the things that small groups can do within their home? Because sometimes that is the place where the feeling is most pertinent. You know, leaders are not yet maybe on board, but what can you do for the people? Because we are all working with diverse groups. How can we make it better for the early career scientists that we have in our sphere and our employees?
Absolutely.
Cynthia mentioned allyship, so I'd love if she can share a little bit more about that.
Thank you. Something that I did want to mention. So, and I'm glad that it was brought up. So our organizations might take time to get maybe where we are. So I'll start with us. What can we do? So we must take on that personal accountability. So one of my favorite bands once screamed, "True freedom scares you because it means responsibility." So again, it starts with us taking on that responsibility. Whose behavior can we control? We can control our own. So I would say, again, having the audacity to challenge harmful behaviors. If we see something, we say something. Maybe that's not you, but maybe you can undergo bystander training, right? Maybe I'm going to redirect or document. We love to document in in the sciences, right? So for that allyship, I think to be an active ally, it's to not just to speak up for individuals, but also to make space for individuals that may have less access than us. So, and I also want to acknowledge some of my male counterparts. So I have appreciated those that have made space for me to step up into leadership roles by stepping aside and making that space for me. Um, yeah, so so that's what I would say.
Great. And on a similar note, I'll share that one of the things I found really important within the way I see it is kind of our small spheres of influence of where we can make effective change with the people we interact with every day, with where we're showing up to work, is sharing your own personal experiences once you get to those leadership positions. Because I think it's really important that people who are in unsafe environments, whether that's harassment or bullying, I think it's important for them to see that you can get beyond that and you can move beyond that, and there are other people who have done that and who are willing to help and be a mentor, or just creating that space, as Cynthia mentioned.
One last thing that I'll add is, again, just acknowledging. So in our small spaces, we're doing it here together as a community. But once you go back to your societies, once you go back to your meetings, your leadership teams, how are you bringing this conversation to other stakeholders within your small groups, within your own small communities? And how are you kind of having that conversation, even if it's difficult, even if other people are not fully on board, even if they don't fully see the vision, if they're not aligned with your values, we still need to have these conversations. We still need to do the difficult work of bringing this to making sure that it's on the agenda all the time, because it doesn't go away. It will not that it will continue, it will not continue, but it is very present, right? Harassment, bullying, unjust treatment it's very present. It might not impact you as an individual, but it impacts someone in your society. So how do you ensure that it's on the agenda? It's one of the talking points at all times, and it's not just, brought up once a year, the day after you attend this meeting.
Morteza, anything to add?
Yeah, one thing I would like to add is that we can all educate ourselves in terms of understanding bullying and harassment and its contextual behaviors, because it's a gray border between academic freedom and academic bullying and harassment. Everyone needs to understand what is actually academic bullying and how to call the specific contextual behaviors, and what is academic freedom. In many cases, when I basically describe those things, many of the perpetrators actually say that, oh, I thought this would falls under academic freedom because my supervisor did the very same thing to me and I happen to be a successful scientist. So understanding freedom and bullying and the boundary between them would be very helpful, and we all need to kind of educate ourselves with that.
Absolutely. I see this question down there, and then I'll just go down the line.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for the discussion. It's more of opinion, not opinion, but just your thoughts on something. So I've been in the association world for several years now. And since COVID, I see that a lot of associations are making some changes. I'm not sure if other, I guess, private organizations are doing this, but I think it's important, especially since we live in a diverse world. There are some associations that are making flexibility for holidays and, we live in a society where most of our holidays are around Christian-based holidays. So if we have someone that celebrates other religions, you don't have to take the Christmas holidays or the Christian holidays. You can, you know, you can work those days and you can take the holidays that you want. And I think that is really important for inclusivity. I think it's important to have prayer rooms. I think it's important just to make your employees of different ethnicities and religious base feel comfortable in their spaces. And I think it's also important for conferences and webinars to also think about holidays outside of those Christian holidays as well when you're thinking about inclusivity. So if you're not doing that, please do. So I'm just getting your opinion that if you're working for universities or if you're working for private organizations, are these institutions thinking about this when it comes to their employees or early career professionals, because the early career professionals are really deep in these conversations. And if you want to keep the early career professionals, these are some of the things that you really need to think about when you're thinking about benefits. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Absolutely, and that's a great point, and that's really how we're going to foster change and be more inclusive. It unfortunately a lot of times it starts within the workplace and then it can go beyond that. But I'll pause and let our panelists respond.
So really quickly on the conference perspective, I have a personal note and then a broader thought. So Joanne is on the board of Cohort Sisters, and as we were setting our board meetings for the year, we set our board meetings and she let me know one of these meetings is on a Jewish holiday. And so we just changed the meeting. Like, it's a thing that you can do. You can adjust, you can modify, you can change the dates of things. You can take you can take needs into consideration. So that's one kind of just quick personal note. And then for conferences, really speaking about, Cynthia brought up, women leaving the workforce, especially the STEM workforce. I'm a mom of 2 young kids, and even though I have a nice startup package at my university, I can travel to conferences, thinking about things like childcare, thinking about nursing rooms, thinking about prayer rooms, as you mentioned, really. And I think this is where an outside perspective is really helpful. Bring someone in to attend your next conference to really evaluate in what ways can you improve upon the inclusivity and the ways that you are creating an equitable environment for all of the people in your society, all of your members. If people feel safe, they feel comfortable, they are, and they feel like they are in community, it might not address bad actors who are perpetrating harassment, but I think it does increase people's sense of safety so that maybe they feel more comfortable participating in leadership discussions. They might feel more comfortable signing up to be on that committee that you're looking for people to participate in. And I think some of the basic little things that we can do is just to make sure that we're creating safe environments and safe spaces and inclusive spaces for those who are in our membership communities.
And to what you were saying earlier, that builds trust. If you know that an organization is thinking about these things, is working towards being inclusive, that goes a long way in building trust, which my personal opinion, I think we could use more of. Cynthia or Morteza, anything you want to add before we move to the next question? All right. Go ahead.
I have sort of 2 questions, so you can take your pick of which you prefer to answer. One is, are there any success stories, or how would you suggest protecting targets or collateral bystanders even from the backlash of or fallout of accusations and the process of say a PI losing funding or trying to find a new home lab for those affected. And then the second question is, oftentimes, well, it's the culture is frequently intertwined with incentive structures like publications and grants. But so what levers, at an institutional level, can you pull to affect those, or if you're at a professional society, to affect, institutions and federal agencies, that kind of interaction?
Absolutely. I'll go to Morteza or Cynthia for the first response.
For sure. I think the very first step is to understand the resources and what they can do at the very first place to minimize the retaliation, I would say, that may happen after reporting an incidence of bullying and harassment. For example, understanding that institutions, most of them at least, are equipped with ombuds offices, and they are third parties, for example, that all of the conversations remains kind of confidential, and it would be informal conversations between a person and an ombuds person in the office. And the good thing about ombuds offices is that they have access to the collected data at the institutional level. For example, what happens to the former people who raised the question at that particular department? So they can basically provide the suitable options for targets. Or you can basically look at other independent organizations. For example, at the Academic Parity Movement, we now support targets. We basically pay for their legal advice sessions, or if they have been affected negatively on their mental health, we basically make a co-payment for their mental health expert consultations. So there are many other nonprofit organizations that can basically help to get useful advice from legal perspective or mental health perspective, or even the ecosystem of that particular university. So understanding the supporters and then basically make a suitable decision based on those feedbacks, I think would be a wise strategy to take.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I have two very different forms of questions. The first is in the context of your organization. I know in one case it's an academic university. How are you thinking about the intersection of persons with diverse abilities and disabilities? That's, if you even look at the biennial NSF report, or any other context in which our scientific societies or our ecosystem in STEM reside, that is a underserved diversity that we need to take account of, and in other contexts is quite well organized, certainly in the civil rights context. I wondered about that. The other somewhat different issue is how do we bring, there's only two associations that have been quite active in this coalition, the American Political Science Association and the American Educational Research Association, from the social and behavioral and education sciences. And in part, a somewhat perhaps complacency, as we are more diverse fields in a range of the more classical ways, but also the collective responsibility we have as STEM fields to recognize that we are somewhat exclusionary of thinking about the social and behavioral sciences as part of STEM. So when you are working with doctoral students or early career scientists or bringing these issues to bear, how do you tip to thinking about a broader and inclusive understanding of science? Those are my two very different sets of issues. High on the AERA agenda, I should say.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this question up. So first on the different abilities question and how we are attuning to them. So one of the things that Cohort Sisters does every year, we do a kind of annual survey to ask folks what their needs are, as a really community-based, community-driven organization. And one of the things that's come up in last year's survey was neurodiversity. There is a lot of need for resources to support those who are neurodiverse, right? And so even something like how you feel comfortable in a conference setting can be very different if you experience neurodiversity, right? So again, part of the solution is being aware that this is a problem. Another part of the solution and another next step is to, find out from the community, find out from your members, find out from your society membership what their needs are, and build those needs, the solutions to those needs into your convenings, into your conferences. Having ASL interpreters, right? So, there are things that we can do. I think part of where you can start is by surveying the needs and including the recognizing that there are different abilities that you might not be considering, and figure out how you can address them. On the second point about STEM and social science and education, so Cohort Sis support scholars across the ecosystem. You said something around diversity in STEM, along racial diversity. It's actually slight misunderstanding or misconception that there is a lack of racial diversity in STEM. There's lack of racial diversity in higher education in all fields, except education, actually. It's like the only place that we're adequately represented in terms of, population representation. But the humanities, there's underrepresentation in the humanities, there's underrepresentation in psychology, there's underrepresentation in all fields. And so there are opportunities, I think, for STEM to lead the way for this organization, excuse me, to lead the way, but to recognize that the issues of harassment are not exclusive at all in any way, shape, or form to STEM, and to invite political sciences, education, research, to invite other organizations. Again, I'm new to the society, so I have very little knowledge of where you decided the boundaries were for membership, but is there opportunity to broaden the conversation to other societies in the humanities, in the social sciences, because these issues are pervasive there as well. So thank you so much for that recommendation.
I want to give Cynthia or Morteza an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, I just want to add that, for example, at the academic parity movement, we have different advisors from different cultures, different, scientific disciplines, to help us to better understand the ecosystem of a person that comes to us for a help. So we can basically understand the home research environment and also the culture that they have, and other things that we can basically consider as an advocacy group.
I think we have our last question for this session.
So yeah, I just wanted to hear your take on, I think bringing up the idea of the axes of diversity and neurodivergence being on that, one of those axes, particularly in STEM and sciences generally. A lot of scientists prescribe themselves as socially awkward, or right, but then they take that and equate that to neurodivergence, right? And so expanding that conversation about what neurodivergence is, especially in terms of self-diagnosis, or right, we're very heady individuals, but like that doesn't necessarily mean neurodivergence. And so just that take on, when people are like, oh, my OCD doesn't let me do that, and how that is in our vernacular as people, but how that pervades or goes into societies in different ways.
Was that specifically for me? Okay. Yeah. I want to, does Cynthia want to say something? Trying to make sure we're being inclusive.
No, not right now. If you had thoughts to share right now.
Thank you. So I think it goes back to an education. I think Morteza brought this up, right? So how do we educate people on the language of neurodivergence, neurodiversity? I'm not sure, again, I don't know the specific activities of all of your organizations, but is there an opportunity to have an online workshop about neurodiversity in the biological sciences and physics, right? As a way to educate members on exactly what it is. But I think you're right. I do think that there is a kind of like cultural and colloquial, it's trendy right now in some ways. And so there is a slight delusion of what that means, which then leads to overlooking, I don't want to say the true need, but more pressing needs of those who do experience neurodivergence. So I think it kind of goes back to education, awareness and education. Let's use proper language. Let's understand like what these terms mean and encourage people to use them properly. Yeah, I feel like, yes.
I was gonna say, I think it's much more important, and not to disagree, Joe, but we talk about these things a lot, that people can be called what they want to be called when it comes to their own neurodiversity. And we don't understand all those aspects, or nor would it be legal for us to ask them for their diagnosis, you know. But our workplaces with very, very small accommodation, managers can be taught to work very effectively with someone with any level of diagnosis in the area of most areas of neurodiversity, right person, right job, you know. And so contrary to popular belief, scientists are not more neurodiverse than the rest of the world. It is the same statistics across every population of every field. So including introversion, extroversion, and all those things. We're not geekier than them. We just express it differently. So I just want to say, like, it's more important that you learn about it, and those resources are available. And I do, you know, tons of workshops on this particular topic because it is a hot one. And it's one way that you can make your little group more effective at interacting in an inclusive manner, is educating them on recognizing, acknowledging, and accommodating all kinds of differences when it comes to ability. Sorry to go that way.
No, that's a great note to end on. I want to thank all of our panelists for taking the time to join us this morning. We can give them a little round of applause.
So can I add one thing
Sure.
to the comment?
And I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'll
I
hand it
was
back.
just,
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
yeah, I just wanted to say something about the downside of basically disclosing the neurodivergent issues that people may have, or basically, I mean, sometimes we see at the institutional level a tit for tat tactic. When a complaint comes at institutional level, in a defense letter that, I mean, we saw a couple of those examples at the academic parity movement where the institutions kind of denounced people and targets specifically on the specific issues that they have. For example, if they disclose that they have OCD or they have bipolar issues or things like that, institutions use that as a tactic to justify the perpetrator's behavior. So this is the downside that, I mean, I just wanted to bring up to the attention of the people here, that sometimes those diversity things, instead of being helped at the institutional level, being used as forcing targets to use code of silence. This is the unfortunate reality that we see at the institutional level, which I wanted to share.
Absolutely. And that's really important to note. So thank you again to our panelists, and I will hand it back over to Louisa.
Thanks so much, Serena, and all of our speakers. We are heading into lunch. We are taking this time to collect lunch, and as a reminder, we have a lunch plenary led by Nathan Arnold. And so please try to be as prompt as you can to be back in the room by noon. Thank you. And lunch is out, same place it was yesterday.
But then she did this sort of people we know. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I feel I think of this. Yeah. Wish. Yeah, I love the color coding and yeah. It's better than my school outside.
Now we got a minute left. Let's make sure everybody's sitting. Everybody else. Yeah. Yeah. If there is, I don't know. I know, right? Well, let's. We're gonna try to leave it on a high note. I'm gonna try. My last slide is even the worst case scenario. Like, and it may not be as bad as, like there's still Congress. Well, I don't want to give it over. I'm sure there will be plenty of downer stuff too. Hey, do you want me to bring it back or do you want me- do you want me to do it? All right, sweet. Gentlemen. All right, can everybody hear me okay? I hope so. We're pretty close quarters here. As we are welcoming everyone back for lunch, I first want to thank you all for paying attention during lunch. At least we're not the last panel before lunch, so you're now fed and hopefully in slightly better spirits, slightly more energy. Before I do introductions, I just want to quickly take the temperature of the room. How many people are looking forward to this election being over? Raise your hands. Okay, who wants another 2 or 3 months of this? Raise your hand. No? Okay, so this will be hopefully your soon to be last look at the election, what the likely outcomes are going to be, and then most importantly, what the substantive impacts are for the STEM field, for DEI, for all of the things that we've been talking about. My name's Nathan Arnold. I work with Ed and Louisa and Jamie at Education Council. I'm a principal there. I've been there for about 6 years, and before that, I was most recently the chief of staff in the undersecretary's office in the U.S. Department of Education, the office that oversees all of higher education policy in the United States. To my immediate left is Dr. Kendrick Davis, who is Chief Research Officer for the USC Race and Equity Center. Before that, he was the Vice President for Policy Research for the Campaign for College Opportunity. And I didn't know this until I read his bio, but he was also an education policy advisor for then Senator Kamala Harris. So he should be able to give us, I think, the most inside information of anybody, which is why we got him. And then to his left, we have, as you all know, Dr. Travis York, who is the Director of Inclusive STEM Ecosystems for Equity and Diversity at AAAS. He is also the Principal Investigator of the AAAS Scholarships in STEM Resources and Evaluation Center. I'd like to have you join me in welcoming our experts for this panel today. Thank you. Okay, so what we are going to talk about today is what is at stake. So I think you are all fairly aware that in a week's time, there will be a fairly highly impactful decision that the United States citizenry will be making about who our next set of leaders will be. And when you think about what is actually going to happen in this election, I can tell you with 100% confidence that nobody knows. Anybody that tells you they know is lying to you or trying to sell you something. I would probably say it's going to be close. And if you look at these graphs, these are the 7 swing states, and the most recent polling averages are all effectively statistically tied. They're all within 1 point in all of the states that are going to be deciding this election. And if you might just think, well, it's always close. Actually, in the last several elections, this is the swing in the polling average in the last 2 months. So you can see it's been 5 percentage points, 10 percentage points. It really is an unusually close election this year. or all of the pollsters are terrified of getting it wrong and are hurting, and it's not actually going to be close, and there will actually be a Dem or a Republican trifecta. So we really don't know what's going to happen. Compounding this with the presidential election is already there's almost nearly an effectively 50-50 tie in the US House of Representatives. So whoever wins the presidential election is likely, although not certain, to have a majority in the House. And there is, again, nearly a statistical tie in the balance of power in the Senate. And there are more Democratic seats up this year. So Republicans do have an inside track to take the Senate, but it is by no means a fait accompli. There are very much still all four of these scenarios are on the table. We try to make it a little friendly by having the candidates smiling. But basically, this is the four scenarios we're looking at. Either Vice President Harris wins with Dem majorities, former President Trump wins with Republican majorities, or one of them wins with a split Congress. So what we're looking at here, I mean, you could talk about this from the perspective of international relations, of spending, of all sorts of different areas of focus. But what we're focusing on today is generally post-secondary policy, and then with a specific focus on impacts on STEM. So starting in the top right-hand corner, if Harris wins, probably what we will see is a more robust college affordability agenda, increases to the Pell Grant. Perhaps they take another run at increasing federal spending to states. And I think that we would see potentially expansion of policies that directly go to improving DEI, equity practices, and if not those policies, certainly support from the bully pulpit. The entire other end of the spectrum, Trump wins with a Republican Congress. I don't think I will be surprising anybody by saying there will likely be attacks on DEI practices. We'll talk in a moment a little bit more specifically about what those might look like. But I think the biggest large P policy impact is some pretty high risk of domestic discretionary spending cuts. Interest rates are different than the last time President Trump was president. The deficit is much higher than the last time, and he has talked about a set of tax policies that really would require a lot of downward pressure on spending. So I think that would just be the larger macro environment that we would all be operating within in those two scenarios. If either of them win the presidency, but with a split Congress, what can actually move through Congress is much more limited. I think you may see some increases in HBCU funding. That did occur under the last Trump administration after a lot of work from the Congressional Black Caucus being able to bring that forward, but the Trump administration did not veto that. So I think it's possible we could see more HBCU funding. We could see some increases to Max Pell in either scenario, but I think in a Trump administration, we're likely to see those Pell Grants going more to workforce-oriented programs, things that are a little shorter, credentials, less so than full degree programs. The biggest distinction, though, will be the DEI enforcement and investigations, because the administration will have a lot of power in its Office of Civil Rights to investigate what it thinks are impermissible practices. So let's talk really quickly about what some of those specific things could be that we would see from any of these scenarios. So first, this is what we just talked about. I think a Trump administration is very likely to use the Department of Justice, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights to investigate whatever policies and practices they deem as disfavorable to their ideological goals. I think that's a lot of equity-focused practices. I think that's any practice consistent with the SFFA decision that gives a discrete benefit to someone based on their race. And I think that there are likely to be a lot of investigations over things that are not even really that close to the line, that are just, they want to sort of discourage or create a culture of fear. I think the other side of the coin is Harris is likely to not pursue those investigations, but there is a danger in a Harris victory of state backlash and further state legislation in response to a lack of a Trump administration. The biggest divide in congressional spending priorities, as I said, are going to be around the domestic discretionary side of things. I think that there will potentially be downward pressure on NSF funding, NIH funding, not just things we typically think of as student loans, Pell Grants, things like that. I think the entire environment will be exposed. I think, as I said, there will be some potential bipartisan support for HBCUs and TRIO funding, but there is a danger that especially programs like McNair, which have a component that take into account individual students' identity or racial background, could be subject to either court challenge, as some already are, or administrative action. And then finally, the Title IX regulations are one in particular area that I think should be a focus of this group. Obviously, those regulations are currently subject to legal challenge, but the Trump administration, I think similar to its first term, would seek to completely undo the most recent Title IX regulations. I think that's the biggest difference we would see in the two administrations. The Harris administration would continue those regulations and implement them as written. So before we go to questions, and I know you all have questions about this, I want to start by asking our panelists questions. What about the worst case scenario? Everything goes wrong on election night. The country is over. Everything's going to fall apart. I want to just maybe not leave you with some optimism, but just some cautious, like, here are the things that could prevent the worst from happening. So funding agreements will have to pass a likely near 50-50 Senate. Even if the Republicans take the Senate, it is very unlikely that they'll have a majority of more than 2 seats. Non-spending bills are still fully subject to a filibuster requiring 60 votes. Also, just in general, the Senate is not excited about going off the deep end in lots of things. There's a lot of stuff that just gets caught up in negotiation. And there are things that in the first Trump administration, when there was a Republican trifecta, things just did not move. You will still have to get 60 votes to dismantle the Department of Education, to do things that are like pulling apart laws. I'm not saying that things are out of the realm of possibility, but it's not simply 50-50, 50-50, and the president signs, and then it's all said and done. There are a number of things that have to happen before that could be the case. And I would also say that there were 2 recent appropriations bills in the House that were started by the Republican majority that went through their committees and then died before they were able to come to the floor. And it's the fact that they could not pass their own spending bill, their own messaging bill. You have to remember that unpopular cuts are still unpopular. And there are a lot of, every House member and a third of the Senate are going to be up for re-election in 2026 and won't be eager to take those kinds of votes. So the most realistic scenario in a Republican trifecta, I would say, is the enforcement, the investigations that I mentioned on institutions' DEI initiatives, and supporting states' crackdowns on disfavored programs to basically make a lot of people's lives really difficult, really painful, to discourage a lot of the affirmative practices that folks in this room and on the Zoom have been working for a long time to try to advance. It's just going to be a lot of helping folks understand what really is permissible and is not permissible after all of these Supreme Court decisions, and not getting scared by an administration that is trying to effectuate an investigation that is not really grounded in the law. So I'm going to pause there. I do want to open to the room for questions and to the Zoom for questions. But before we do, I want to turn to our panelists and hear about their expertise. First, I want to start, Travis, from your vantage points, how could the 2024 US presidential election shape federal funding for the STEM ecosystem? And in particular, what's on the horizon for the STEM Opportunity Alliance?
Thank you. So I will kind of first start off by just kind of giving a quick synopsis of what the 2 candidates' platforms are, what they have expressed around STEM R&D for this year. And my guess is that this is probably somewhat familiar to you all, so I won't go into deep detail here. Suffice it to say that both candidates we have seen from their previous work do have some pretty clear distinctions when it comes to science. And so, first I would say that the I'll start with the Harris platform. Vice President Harris has really emphasized the importance of STEM education and aims to eliminate systemic barriers to participation in STEM fields, including medicine. I'm speaking broadly about STEM there. And her plan has really included expanding access to STEM education. Harris has committed to broadening opportunities for underrepresented groups in STEM, focusing on inclusivity in science and technology sectors, and has really focused on promoting equity in STEM fields. There's also been a significant emphasis while a VP, and I think that will continue for Harris in focusing around technology. And that's really been highlighted by several key areas, one being equity in tech access and workforce development, two, AI and emerging technologies, cybersecurity and data privacy is the third. The fourth being tech policy and competition. There's been a lot of emphasis on economic competitiveness and innovation competitiveness that VP Harris has been very involved in. And then fifth, a real focus on climate technology and a specific focus around green innovations and green careers. So that's a fairly robust agenda, I would say. And I think, as I'll talk about in a second, we've seen some of the kind of the what that looks like in practice with some of her recent the recent past 4 years. As far as a Trump platform, it's a really interesting platform, especially when you try to kind of disaggregate or parse out what might be perceived as rhetoric, although I'm very cautious to say any of that is real rhetoric, versus what is maybe more doable, as Nathan was nicely kind of parsing out. So I get very hedgy on what is actually the desire versus what is available to an administration. So former President Trump's approach to STEM research and development has really centered previously on maintaining U.S. leadership in competition. And his proposals have primarily focused on two things: deregulation to foster innovation, arguable on how effective that was during his first administration, and then emphasizing, in particular, energy and manufacturing. Those are the spaces where he has in the past, kind of done the most work, and current platform has echoed those sentiments. So in the past as well, the Trump administration has been, really rallied around aiming to enhance competitiveness against China specifically. I would expect that to continue in that outcome. And then around emphasizing energy and manufacturing, that's really been, kind of an increasing domestic energy production and strength of manufacturing. So again, trying to move more of that back into the U.S., we see that as well. Interestingly enough, in the Harris Biden administration, currently, we have seen a lot more action in that space than was accomplished under the previous administration. So while that hasn't been a hallmark necessarily of what Harris and Walz have been, kind of vocal about in production, in kind of activities achieved, they have actually been more productive in increasing kind of not only infrastructure, but actual jobs and R&D in the U.S. during the past most recent years. So that's kind of what I would give as my reading the tea leaves of those spaces. In terms of the STEM Opportunity Alliance, for any of you that are not familiar with SOA, AAAS, along with 93 other cross-sector partners, launched at the first ever White House Summit on STEM Equity and Excellence, a bold vision for a new alliance, the STEM Opportunity Alliance. And what our vision was with this new alliance with SOA was to recognize that there are a set of really, really important and critical issues for the U.S. STEM enterprise to address if we are to promote STEM excellence, if we are to increase innovation, if we are to remain a global competitor in the STEM fields, and if we are to have the people power necessary to really achieve that STEM excellence, kind of science and technology infrastructure and opportunity. And so SOA came together, a new alliance growing in its membership. We started off with 93 partners. We now have over 258 partners who have collectively put together to show kind of what the market power of this sort of partnership has. That group of partners have already dedicated or committed to over $2 billion of spending over the next few years, specifically towards broadening participation in STEM. So this is a group of committed partners. We are still growing, thankfully. And the first thing that we did when we came together around the vision of what would an excellent and equitable STEM ecosystem look like by 2050, and how do we achieve that? Taking a generational approach to really thinking about the systemic change required for us to achieve these goals. We spent the next 13 months co-constructing with a massive number of partners and community members at 12 hybrid events that happened all over the country. I racked up a lot of frequent flyer miles. I was in Jacksonville, I was in Dallas, I was in Boise, Idaho, Minneapolis, New York, Denver, LA. I'm sure I'm missing because that's not 12. Lots of other places. We did a 30-month open comment period, virtual town halls to collect comments from people that aren't, communities that aren't familiar with open comments. And we had over 1,500 people give direct written input to inform a truly co-constructed national strategy. That strategy we released formally this past May at our second White House Summit. And it really outlines what I would say are the 5 critical areas and 10 critical goals for the US to achieve a more excellent STEM enterprise. And the goal of that plan is to increase our STEM workforce by 2050 with an additional 20 million STEM professionals from historically and contemporaneously underrepresented spaces. And we cast a very broad net when we talk about STEM and when we talk about STEM professionals. We're not just talking about PhDs or even bachelor's degreed STEM professionals. We're really talking fully about the STEM ecosystem. When you look at that plan, you will see many things that you would immediately expect to see. Pillar 2 is about ending the K-12 STEM teacher shortage. Pillar 5 is all about the industry changes that must be made to retain and attract talent. And while the plan focuses on the utilization of domestic talent, it is encompassing of both what domestic and global talent is required for an excellent STEM ecosystem. That plan, the creation of SOA, has in particular working with OSTP and especially Alondra Nelson during her time as acting director of OSTP, has been fully supported by Vice President Harris herself, and has had great input from the current White House. I would expect that plan to go forward. Now, we have been really, really diligent to make sure that that plan has bipartisan support, because these are issues that require cross-sector partnership and bipartisan partnership, because the problems are so large that no one entity or sector can fix them. And so we're really proud that we have bipartisan support for this work and federal and state agency support for this work. So I think regardless of the outcome of the election, these critical levers for change, AAAS is committed to them. I think our alliance of 250 plus partners, we've all said that this work has to be administration transition proof. So while we've had support of the current administration, we've worked really hard to make sure that this work with SOA is about removing barriers and increasing opportunities for all people, and has full support from across the political spectrum. It's work that we have to do. So
thanks, Travis. That is really important. Now, before I turn to you, Kendrick, I want everybody to put your thinking caps on, think of whatever questions you have for these experts, because after this, I'm going to turn to the audience. But before I do, Kendrick, please share with all of us how you think the US presidential election will impact STEM equity.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me holding this space. And I think I'll highlight a few things. And we've talked about, I think you in your lead up, you talked about a few of them. In particular, I need to update my faculty bio. So I'm actually founding co-director of the USC STEM Center. And so these STEM issues are part of my background and more increasingly things I've been thinking about. And when it comes to higher education, right, access, affordability, accountability, we know of each of the candidates' backgrounds. When it comes to things like accountability, we're looking at not all for-profit colleges are bad, but we're certainly looking at a regulatory environment that makes the conditions that set that predatory sort of behavior for-profit colleges out. When it comes to access, we know that HBCUs and MSIs are critical pillars to creating access, particularly for STEM pipelines and STEM success. And HBCUs continue to be, before the presidential election, before the anti-DEI stuff, right, HBCUs were already under sort of structural attack by accreditors, regulators, so on and so forth. And I think when it comes to issues of affordability, right, we're all familiar with the, trillions of dollars in outstanding student loan debt, and how enrollment numbers are down across nearly all segments of higher education in all regions of the country, because there's this continued questioning of what is the value of higher education. Do I need to pursue these pathways? And even though even when people do not openly question it, people vote with their feet, right? Enrollment is down for a reason. And I think those are things that are of critical importance to pay attention to. On the subject of affordability, but more so institutional support. One of the stats that always sticks out to me that I always share is and this is directly related to federal government support, and which obviously will have an impact depending on who gets the White House. But between the disparity between R1 institutions and HBCUs, just in the amount of money they're able to recover from indirects, is on the order of 33 times. Right, so R1 institutions are recovering 33 times the amount of indirects than MSIs are, and that's a stark contrast when it comes to structural funding and structural issues that are related to higher education pathways. Also related to education, but more on the K-12 side. I live in LA, do work across the state of California. Part of my role in the Race and Equity Center, when I was there, to these K-12 climate studies, right? So we would come into schools, we come into districts, and do these large-scale qualitative studies to help schools and districts try to understand what are your climate issues, what are your equity issues, how might they be addressed. We also engage science and math teachers. I think someone was just talking about the teacher shortage. We're at a place where the presidential election, there's a policy impact, but there's also a chilling effect, right? What do people feel that they are confident they can do? We already see and are experiencing this chilling effect when it comes to the anti-DEI movement. People are literally afraid to speak, to act on behalf of the students who we purport to serve. And so we were, just a quick anecdote, we were reaching out to math and science teachers in our partner organizations, and they literally could not, we were partnering with them to apply for a grant to increase support to math and science teachers. And so many of the responses were, we can't even wrap our heads around this right now. We don't have someone who can even connect with you long enough to see this through to submission. And that is just a microcosm of the larger chilling. Our students are not learning. Right, we've not recovered or fully understand the impacts from the pandemic learning loss. Teachers are not well. Some of you who may be teachers know that firsthand. Teachers are not well, and they will tell you openly, like, I'm about a day or two from leaving out of here, and it doesn't matter what they're going to do after. And so I think there are incredible amounts of things on the line, regardless of honestly which direction the presidential election goes, because a lot of the issues that we're dealing with now are amplified because we did not deal with them prior. And so elections immediately after don't change things. They sometimes reveal sort of the direction or the pattern of where things are going in the first place. I think climate change is a really big thing. I was actually in DC last month, met with the great folks, Lori and George and Felice from AERA. But one of the things we did was I took my education PhD students to the White House office of, to the White House Space Council. And they were like, why are we going here? And I was like, everything that you're doing and everything that's connected to you is connected to space and science. And so we sat there in the meeting, and they learned how the National Space Council uses space data to understand climate change on the Earth. and to disrupt patterns that would impact marginalized individuals. Now, that's not something that they knew or understood. But those are the types of things that are happening. And so when it comes to climate change most impacts marginalized communities who are least likely to be prepared for it or to be able to recover from it. And so I say some of those examples and use that sort of spread of example to say that I think STEM equity is seen in throughout in our educational pathways, K-12, higher ed, climate change, right? We need a planet to live on. We need things to look forward to. And so I think those are some of the, I think, changes that could happen, some of the impacts that could be made, but all critical.
Thank you. Now I have more questions, but I think we would all much rather hear questions from the audience. I'd love to open it up. First in person and then on Zoom. Jamie, please.
Well, thank you so much for a great presentation. I think one of the themes is that we have to be realistic, but we also can't overreact and let the chilling effect sort of kill things that doesn't have to kill. But one thing that I don't think you've discussed that happened in the last Trump administration was the use of executive orders to define things like discrimination as being anything that was equity oriented and recognizing the history of and existence of racism in our society. And at that time, there was a prohibition, there basically was a prohibition against certain kinds of teaching and certain kinds of research for those that had research contracts, and there were certain other sort of categories. And at that time, I think one of the things that that AAAS and I were working on with communities that were engaging there was about, again, not overreacting and really understanding, because sometimes they get those things wrong. You know, they may have intended more than what they actually accomplish in what they write. And so sort of what can you still do? But I have a concern about the use of executive orders. And I don't know if there is any wisdom here as we think about not just the fear of how they might be used, but some wisdom around limitations and ways in which we can sort of engage if that happens.
Yeah, I would say, for instance, under if Trump is reelected, there will be an immediate, I would expect day of, if not week of, withdrawal or rollback of several current EOs, executive orders, that were made to kind of roll back some of the things that Trump administration previously had done, and to extend, I think, some protections around some groups. So, for instance, there's an initiative that I'm the PI of right now at AAAS that's specifically focused on building out sexual orientation and gender identity data infrastructure within colleges and universities. We launched that initiative and were able to get some quick funding to support that work, specifically because there wasn't one of the first executive orders that President Biden put out clarified that equal educational benefit did need to be provided by colleges and universities for queer and trans students at equitable rates, and faculty and graduate students. So we immediately responded to that to try to, while we have a window where that is the current law of the land, to ensure that we were helping institutions navigate the very complex process of that data infrastructure. So, sorry, that's a little bit of a tangent to say that, like, these will, I think, happen very quickly. I think that I can't imagine that we won't see a reissuing of the divisive concepts EO. I think that's mainly what Jamie is responding to. And likely several others. I think the other EOs that we're likely to see will be direction under a Trump administration for federal agencies to either stop doing some things and to create plans or change their strategic plans according to some of the ideologies and platforms that have been spoken about. So that, I think, would happen unquestionably. I think the interesting thing here is those EOs are spaces where we don't have really codified into law through Congress movement around key issues that need to happen. And so we continue to have this very, I think, difficult situation in America's government where we have not seen a lot of progress through Congress. And that's a different, impacted but different issue than the, kind of president election itself. It's a broader election issue. I don't know if Kendrick wants to speak some to that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I have a ton of wisdom, but definitely share a collective concern, right? And I think about when it comes to the STEM ecosystem, we mentioned sort of competition specifically with China. I think about the EO that changed the definition of public charge, right? It made it more difficult for international students to be able to stay in the country or qualified to come into the country. And I think we need to, I think the wisdom part is exploiting that gap of the fact that executive orders do not carry the weight of law. Right. And so working with local, state, and regional bodies to, okay, this thing can happen, but how do we define this for ourselves? Right. If this thing is outlawed or not permissible or unallowable federally, how do we define how we do these things? How do our state constitutions give us leverage? How do our institutional sort of foundational documents give us leverage? But I think it's going to be, in order to move forward and not just stay in a place of commiserating, is going to take the active engagement of, okay, they said we can't do this, but let us clearly define what we can do.
And I think that this is why too, institutions being really, really clear and smart and strategic about their organization missions and working around the making sure that what they do and the choices they make are related to their mission and their espoused values is very important in that regard. I think that we are I've taught history of higher education I'm a recovering professor. And I used to teach history of higher education. It's one of those courses that I was given as a new professor that I was like, what? You want me to teach history? I'm not a historian. And I fell in love with it. And it's one of my favorite courses to teach. But I think that we are currently in a stage of change for higher education that is like the 1950s and 60s with the introduction of the GI Bill. I think that is how massive of a change that we are in with higher ed. And I think we should be really thoughtful about what the evolution of higher education can and should and could be to make a more perfect, it's not to sound right, but a more perfect higher ed system. I see lots of questions, so I don't want to talk too much.
Just real quickly, I'll just say that there are legal constitutional limits to undoing contracts that already exist, which gives us a window to be smart and wise and strategic about how we respond. And I do think there are a number of areas where the higher education and research community with foundations and corporations, that all the good work that has been done, those collaborations can also raise the funding necessary to push back on some things that really are way sort of over whatever legal limits there are.
So I hear a small window to get more contracts in place. It's also what oh no, Felice never asks easy questions.
Oh, I don't know if it's a question. You could see the three of us are kind of standing up and trying to remain positive and optimistic. And so one could say that about the lack of force of executive orders. But on the other hand, even with SOA or the data equity agenda, the ways in which OMB and OSTP have really pressed for social change in alliance with the scientific community and kind of pushed us would look rather different. And as there's a push away from those kinds of policies, we need to figure out how we mobilize in different ways around change, because higher education is as Kendrick pointed out, is also beleaguered at this point in time as DEI is under attack from the state and local context as well as the federal. So while I think it's really important to remain positive under any kind of contingency, I also think it would be helpful to share some ideas that you might have around how we mobilize differently and effectively if we should face a transition that undermines what we've been working toward, including in the consortium.
I'll start off and just give I think this is a low-hanging fruit, so I'm taking the easy way out. Kendrick, I'm leaving the hard work for you. I'll start off by saying one space that I'm really pleased about is that I do think that we've seen I think unlike in the past, I think we've seen increased collaboration among institutions of higher education, the scientific community, and industry. And there are things I think we should be careful of in that space as well. And I think there's an opportunity to leverage change that doesn't necessarily have to have direct influence or engagement with federal government through industry, which both administrations are very responsive to, have made it very clear that expanding and supporting the science and technology enterprise is crucial to their bottom lines, to their innovation, to the success. And so I do think that there's an opportunity for us to continue in some of those collaborations as one way that we expand that continuity.
And I would only add on to that by saying, continue to have thoughtful, meaningful discussions and spaces like this, right? Like, this is a group of organizations getting together. They're a group of Black and Brown STEM professional organizations who have been gathered. I think everybody's sort of gathering in their clusters and spots to figure out how do we individually as an organization respond to this moment, but how do we collectively as like similarly situated organizations respond to this moment? And I will kind of refer back to a comment I made in a prior answer to a prior question, is really getting down to, it's not about what we can't do, but what do we as an organization, as a space of whatever, like, what are we going to do? Like, what can we do and what are we going to do? Because that time for defining that, the window is shrinking very quickly. And I think just in terms of, positive or constructive things to do moving forward, I would say, and Travis, you said this, the coalition building and the collective action is going to be more important and critical, I think, than ever before. You have organizations, corporations who would normally be in stark competition with each other, who are choosing and finding ways to collaborate and cooperate. And the last thing I'll say is, there have been some big pieces of federal legislation over the last few years related to the areas we're talking about. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS and Science Act, we all know. We say it sort of colloquially, but we really need to understand what it means to say these are once in a generation investments. That means that these will not come again until I'm hopefully retired, but these will not come again for a long time. And so what does it mean to, like, we are in that space right now. And the truth of the matter is, there are certain organizations, institutions, people that are better connected than you might be. Those are the people that you want to cooperate with. Those are the people that you want to collaborate with, because these are once in a generation investments, and they won't come like this again.
Yeah, that's really well put. I will also add the specific example of, there have been pieces of legislation that have actually, I think, done a lot of this work to advance. Like, there is a new research and development grant program for HBCUs. And like, that was specifically done to recognize the fact that a lot of research and development hasn't been at HBCUs before. And that's the sort of thing that could continue to be funded, that there is bipartisan support for, that HBCUs are going to continue to be doing those things. Let's try to build that support even in the face of challenges in the broader space. Art, please.
Yeah, so remarkably, Felix and I were telepathically saying, where's the good news? Even in your worst case scenario, and by the way, really nice overview and presentation. Nathan, you elevated the sort of what happens in a kind of worst case scenario, particularly with civil rights in the Department of Education broadly. The one thing I would actually say, and it's very kind of perverse when you think about it, but I'll take it as a win if we have to have it. SFFA, the case we talked about yesterday, and the courts embedding the notion of how you can think about racial identity, background, experience, perspective in design under Title VI and the Equal Protection Clause, in a sense, becomes a kind of firewall. I mean, you could imagine on day one, Trump coming in with anything dealing with diversity, get out, eliminate diversity, hook, line, and sinker. You actually can't. There's a thing called the Supreme Court, and we have a ruling that has created, albeit a limited, powerfully important firewall there. And so that becomes one trajectory. On the flip side of the optimism scale, I will just flag, less well appreciated, but no less real, is forget sort of what is the what are the constraints on the evidence that OCR investigates when it gets a complaint of discrimination? OCR has the ability to launch what's known as a compliance review. That means I think there's a problem and I'm going after some sector or some issue area or some set of institutions. That's all under very loose regulations, fair game for them. That's where you're going to see a material shift in the way enforcement looks between the two administrations.
I would add just, I think we should be prepared as societies, as scientific societies. I would actually say that under no circumstance of the presidential election will we see I don't think we'll see a reduction in state anti-DEI legislation. And I just want us to be prepared for that. That is not going away, regardless of the outcome of the election. And so that is work that we as scientific societies and the ways that we support our members and the ways that we continue to advance science and excellence in science, we will just need to continue working on that together and with our members, because that's not changing.
Do we have time for one last? Sure, please.
Thank you both. And I was wondering if either of you could speak, I guess, to regardless of the White House, thinking about Congress and what might scientific societies do to support passing of and legalizing the Chevron doctrine and getting that like encoded, and just thinking about as societies, should we be trying to teach each other how to write amicus briefs and just put, our ear to the court and just be able to publish those things? Because as a scientist, if that's something I can do, I would love to do it. Right. And so I'm curious if you see a role that, what can I do? Is that one of those things?
Just to level set for those who are not intimately familiar with Supreme Court doctrine, the Chevron deference, that standard was up until very recently, agencies were allowed to very broad discretion in promulgating their own regulations. And now courts will review those decisions de novo. Courts will have authority to determine whether the agency has acted within their authority. But I think it's a great question.
And specifically, non-expertised courts will be able to counteract expertised experts. I don't know. If you're interested in more of this, I will say this is not me tooting my own horn because it's my colleagues at AAAS. There's a team at AAAS that has done some phenomenal work both on reporting about the Chevron doctrine's kind of overturn and kind of charting out what does this mean in particular for the scientific enterprise. So I would highly encourage you to check out some great articles in Science and resources. So I do think that there's a huge opportunity for scientific societies to influence this sort of work, specifically through amicus briefs. I'll point here, I know several do. I point here as a scientist who has worked through my home professional society, which is AERA with Felice. I've participated in several amicus briefs that have been collections of hundreds of educational researchers. I participated in the Fisher 1 and Fisher 2 amicus briefs. And I think that those are extremely powerful, extremely persuasive, influential ways for our societies to bring science to bear on policy. The other thing that I will say is, here I will mention longer term strategic influence around how we equip our members to engage in science and science policy, to be leveraging their work for policymakers. If you're unfamiliar, I know several of us, I know AAAS has had a science policy fellowship. Sorry, I pointed to Felice, but I said AAAS. AERA has had one too. AAAS has a 51-year-old science technology policy fellowship where we put PhD scientists into every single federal agency, every single judicial, every single branch of government, judicial, executive, and congressional. We place over 300 PhDs a year on the Hill and all over the place.
A mic?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so Felice is mentioning this Science Technology Policy Fellowship. It has the involvement of many scientific societies. I think we should do more of that. I will say Rashada Alexander runs that program. And while we placed over 300 fellows again this year, we still have more than double that, the number of requests. So it is a myth if we think that people don't want scientists on their caucuses, in their offices. Electeds want scientists helping them in this work. And these are great ways that we can continue to leverage evidence and evidence-based policy making.
And as a 1819 Science and Technology Policy Fellow, I think I appreciate your question and also appreciate your energy and enthusiasm wanting to get involved, because not only do policymakers want it, they need it because they don't understand. And especially with the explosion of disinformation, sometimes it's hard to tell what a trusted source is. Sometimes it's hard to tell if a trusted source can continue to be trusted. And so making sure information is most compelling to folks when they trust the source it's coming from. And so building that relationship with your local, state, federal, letting them know who you are, sharing your research, your ideas when it comes in, collecting, getting expertise from colleagues. So I think there's definitely space to get involved, becoming a reviewer for NSF grants, the things you might already doing, but just expanding those types of engagement.
Yeah, I really want to plus one what you just said, Kendrick, because I think in addition to amici and things for the court, I think you could, in a lot of instances, what this decision did was put more importance and more emphasis on what the regulators are doing. And so if you can submit evidence, support for the regulations in question, that itself is actually very important. So if you have relevant expertise when a federal agency issues a notice of proposed rulemaking, actually commenting on that can be dispositive. Let's finish up here.
Hi, I am, I'm not a scientist, but
We'll
I
still let
work.
you ask the question.
Okay, all right, thank you. I love what I've heard the last couple of days here, and I'm energized by it. But I do have a question about how we talk to the non-science community. How do we collectively share these issues to those people who are going to vote next Tuesday? Next Tuesday. And those people who are really our advocates. Our strongest advocates may not be members of the science community. They may not understand any of the technology or any of the scientific language that is used, but they understand what's happening in the weather. They understand where there's a food shortage. They understand those things that impact them. And I wonder how, as a collective, there is some kind of partnership with industry or partnership that we are actually speaking to people who are not members of the community. I just would like to know how that, or if that is happening. Very familiar with the Congressional Science Fellowship Program at AGU. We are partners with AAAS in that. And all of that is wonderful work and it should continue. But if we don't talk to the people who are really our strongest advocates and get them involved and hear their voices, I'm not sure how any change is going to be impacted or affected. So just a question. How do we do that?
Okay.
He took all the easy ones.
No, I think love your question, appreciate you broaching it. And I think what you're talking about, that translation from like scientific concepts into how does this actually impact my life, is happening in pockets, but it's not a concerted effort, right? And I'll put this out there. Hopefully there are funders in the room or funders listening. I think it really would be useful to do almost a whole series on like addressing how do scientific communities or societies or professional societies address the anti-DEI movement, and really actionable and specific steps, whether that's a policy agenda for a new administration, whether that's funding more of these spaces around meaningful conversations that have proceedings that are more for, communicating these concepts to public audience, because I think that's true. Like, people understand that I can't go to the grocery store and find the things that I used to be. I think people understand that it cost me double that it did before. People understand those things. And I think people understand their basements flooding and, having extreme weather conditions more than before. I used to do a thing called a policy equity series when I was at the Race and Equity Center, specifically around bringing those higher level federal concepts into everyday life. Like, what does the Violence Against Women Act mean? What is Title IX, so on and so forth. So I think it's being done in pockets, but we could use some leadership in building a concerted effort.
First off, I love that idea. We should write a grant. I'll echo much of what Kendrick said. I mean, I think that these are, these are spot on answers. A few things come to my mind. One, I think that part of the answer to your question is that this is why, to me, science education is so important for every person, because not just to prepare those moving into the scientific workforce, which is a huge important thing that we don't do enough of, but right now in America, only about 65% of children in our country get access to algebra concepts before the end of 8th grade. And while only about 65% even have access to those curricula, only about 35% of middle schoolers actually take algebra concepts before the end of 8th grade. Those sorts of math concepts are crucial for pretty much any career, whether you're moving into arts, whether you're moving into entertainment. Those are fundamental mathematic concepts to living a productive life as a citizen. I think it's a human justice issue that Americans don't get that education. So this, to me, is, I think, one of the areas is broadening science and math and education broadly, and ensuring access and opportunity for all youth in America. I think this is also part of kind of from a pedagogy standpoint, is the second thing I think about, in terms of us making sure that we're centering humanity in science. And when we teach science, not having it always be so abstract. There's times where it needs to be abstracted as abstractions. But so much of engaging people in science is about curiosity of the world around them, and making it very real, consequential, I think, is a huge part of making science make sense for people, and to be for every person to know how science works, and to consider science, and consider, engineering is really problem solving, and technology is about application, and math is really about how we measure and quantify things, right? Like these are essential pieces to every citizen's worldview. And then the third thing that I think of, which is a little bit more specific to your kind of communications question, is I agree that this is a huge issue. And so part of actually SOA, the STEM Opportunity Alliance's national strategy, has a strategic communication capstone. So there's these 5 pillars. They have a foundation based on data and partnerships. And we kind of have a nice, very kind of structure. The pinnacle of that structure with the 5 pillars is a whole set of partners dedicated to thinking about how science and who does science and what is science shows up in public discourse. And so our partners in that space are Hearst Media, which produces Mission Impossible. If you have anybody who is a child in your life, if you don't know about Mission Impossible, get in the know, because it's the #1 science kids show. It also features the highest number of women doing STEM and women scientists, many of whom are IFTHN ambassadors, of any other show in the world, which maybe is also an issue for us to think about, like the representation of women doing STEM in media. But it also includes partners like Comcast and Telemundo, as we think about how do we make sure that science and science discourse and representation of science is pervading Spanish-speaking audiences, our fastest growing subset in the US and in STEM. So this question that you bring up about public discourse and really helping broadly communities understand and know more about science and see their role in science is crucial. I've mentioned that I'm a first-generation college student. I'm also half Indigenous. My father's Choctaw and Cherokee. I know I look very white. I pass as white. I grew up culturally white. But I'm half Indigenous. And I think part of my journey for years and years and years of coming to the point where I would let people know that I was half Indigenous, which was very complicated, and a whole lot of soul searching for myself, and not wanting people to think that I was co-opting oppression that I did not experience, but also feeling like I was silencing and erasing half of my family. was wrapped up in the idea that I did not know or see Indigenous people around me. And in fact, most of the science I learned about, which was Indigenous science, was not classified as Indigenous science. So this is one story that is replicated time and time and time again for so many people of different cultures. And I think that that's part of this broader conversation as well, is really helping people see themselves and their families and their homes and their communities in the science around them.
Thanks. I know we could spend the entire rest of the afternoon talking about the election, but let's thank our panelists for their time.
Thanks again to Nathan, Kendrick, and Travis. We are heading into our table talk, so we know this is, again, an area of robust conversation and engagement. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rob. Okay, so first of all, before I get into the prompts, I want to also mention to our virtual folks that you'll be assigned into a breakout room. So we have 2 breakout rooms, and our wonderful FASB colleagues, if we could please open those up. And especially in those breakout rooms, since that'll be a bigger crowd than these in-person tables, please remember to share the air and make sure everyone's voice is heard if they want to speak. Also, you are welcome to listen. No one is forcing you to speak. Same goes for in-person, but again, in person as well. Please share the air. Please don't interrupt each other. Not that you probably would, but make sure someone's thought is finished before you jump in. But again, we really hope for a wonderful engagement with this. So if we could move the breakout room thing a little bit so I can read the questions. You're good, no worries. Okay, and let's go until 1:50 since we had such a great lunch plenary, and then I'll gather us back at 1:50 and we'll break until 2, and then Stacy East is going to give her closing plenary. So keynote, excuse me. So here are some prompts. Feel free to use them. Also, open discussion as well. Based on what you've heard from our panelists, which challenges and or opportunities affect your work or organizations the most? What policies and funding opportunities are you hoping to see after the next presidential administration, no matter the outcome, or during the next presidential administration? What did the Biden administration do for the STEM ecosystem that you hope to see more of, or vice versa? What do you wish that administration had done, it did not see enough of, excuse me? And what are your worries and hopes? And we know that you could probably take the whole 50 minutes talking about that one. So please feel free. If my friends in the room could please get seated, get settled, and we'll get ready for Stacy's closing keynote. And thank you, Ed, for bringing people back into the room. But would appreciate your attention on Stacy. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you. I am the next to last speaker, I think, so we should all be excited. I am honored to stand before you this afternoon and so excited to have spent this time with you. I want us to think about how rare and rarefied an opportunity it is to spend a day and a half with people who have spent and continue to devote their lives to creating a STEM environment that is free from sexual harassment. Wonderfully, the Society's Consortium, its members and stakeholders are committed to working with the structures that presently exist and creating the infrastructure and systems to defeat harassment based on sex, sexuality, and intersecting racial and other identities. Our attendance here and participation in the Society's Consortium is explicit recognition that working together across professions, age groups, racial identities, sexualities, and social identities is imperative. Together and only together can we champion a future vision for safety, equity, and excellence in the STEM ecosystem. Oppression is subjugation of one group by another imposed by an asymmetric power dynamic and often reinforced by hostile conditions such as threats or threats of violence or actual violence. Sexual harassment is one such hostile condition. It depends on and feeds an asymmetric power structure. The more asymmetric the power structure, the more hostility, and the more hostility, the more oppression. I practiced criminal defense for 25 years, and all criminal defense attorneys know this Lenny Bruce quote. In the halls of justice, the only justice is in the halls. In this, Lenny Bruce acknowledged the resources spent to create systems and structures of oppression that look like justice. The system Lenny Bruce referred to ensures that justice, or the facsimile of justice, is for just us and oppression is for others. True justice presents in many ways. Equity is a form of true justice. To be free from sexual harassment is a form of justice. To be safe in the lab, in the field, during office hours, at conferences is a form of justice. And in order for justice to be true, it can never be for just us. True justice must be for all of us. And I want to be clear about who is included in all of us. Visibly disabled women who often seem to be absent from the scientific endeavor, and when they are present, unnoticed and unrecognized, but for the accommodations they rightly seek. Women on work visas who are extremely vulnerable because their employer has outsized power, which can allow bad actors to move with impunity. Women, students at all points in their academic journey. Women of color who are subject to both sexism and racism, a damning combination. Queer women and trans women whose very existence and assertion of their right to exist subversively challenges the gender binary and the patriarchal and oppressive systems built on top of it. As you can imagine, during my years as a criminal defender, as a criminal defense attorney, I had some rough days, and there were days where I felt like I was headed into the lion's den. And so I had a playlist. And one of the songs on my playlist was Say My Name by Destiny's Child. In the song, Beyonce is talking to a man who wants to hide her. He doesn't want to give her her due respect. So she challenges him. She dares him to say her name. And during the protests against what can only be identified, called the state-sanctioned murder of Black men and women, we learned the power, we felt the power of saying someone's name. And so in that vein, I want to say the names of some women scientists. Emily Marie Holmes, who was the first woman to receive a doctorate from the University of Michigan in 1888 in earth science. And she was the first female fellow of the Geological Society of America. Dr. Holmes' career as a geologist was cut short because it was considered a field for men. Marie Maynard Daly, she was the first Black woman to receive a doctorate in chemistry from Cornell University. She, like many women, studied under Dr. Mary Campbell, the sole female Cornell University chemistry professor. Daly joined the AAAS conference in 1975, which reported on bias faced by Mexican American, Black, Puerto Rican, Native American, and Asian women in science. Barbara McClintock, who received the Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine for her genetic research. Dr. McClintock received her doctorate in botany from Cornell University because women were not allowed to attend graduate school and study genetics there. Inez Enriqueta Julieta Mejia became a botanist later in life and traversed Latin America as part of her work. A historian noted women were actively dissuaded from doing that kind of work because it was considered unfeminine and dangerous, but Mejia had agency. She was doing exactly the work she wanted to do. And when we say the names of Emily Marie Holmes, Marie Maynard Daly, Barbara McClintock, and Inez Enriqueta Julieta Mejia, let's imagine all of the girls and women who did not have the same access or fortitude. These scientists worked at different times. They studied different subjects. They were from different backgrounds, but I imagine that there were some things that they had in common. I imagine they were subjected to harassment. They were underestimated. They were treated differently than their male colleagues. For each of these women, how many girls have been excluded from the scientific endeavor? 5, 50, 500, thousands. We will never know the number. But we can assert that until that number is 0, women and the scientific endeavor will not reach their full potential. If we imagine power and invulnerability as a series of concentric circles, with the invulnerable being in the innermost circle and the most vulnerable being in the outermost circles, which of these women do you truly believe made it into the inner circle? Which of these scientists would be free of sexual harassment today during their academic and professional journeys? For me, my answers to these questions make the Society's Consortium and its legal updates ethics policy templates, and ethical transparency tool more valuable. As to the ethical transparency tool, which we talked about earlier, I want you to think about it as a model for systemic change. The ETT is powerful. It leverages technology and technical expertise, cooperation between numerous societies and academic institutions through one consortium, the Societies Consortium. And it leverages the commitment by individuals, individual professional societies, institutions of higher ed, and employers to create a standard of transparency. Sexual harassment is often cloaked. It's always cloaked. Sexual harassment happens when the victim is sufficiently isolated and disempowered. Sexual harassment takes advantage of the desire for expedience by employers and exaggerates the harasser's need for non-disclosure and minimizes the harm to the harassed and scientific process. These factors, brick by brick, create the structure that allows sexual harassment to continue. And I have to say, when I was thinking about this paragraph and in my plenary, there are so many other bricks. There's the brick that prevents women from being able to access appropriate health care, the brick that limits their bodily autonomy, the brick that does not create universal health care. There's the brick that causes daycare to cost too much money. There are so many bricks. And because there are so many bricks, we have to take a brick by brick approach to dismantling the systems that create sexual harassment. We have to have a competing and powerful structure. The structure must rely on community, even if dispersed. It has to be political, even if this association can't be that. Victims, professional societies, and the academy and employers must be empowered. Due process for the harasser must be right-sized. And a spirit of transparency must be embraced. The ETT is a nascent tool with other tools that can effectuate these goals and create systemic change. Being part of the ETT is a way of turning words into commitment and action, and creates the possibility for real change. And now I'd like to just thank everybody. The list of individuals who participated in this is incredibly long. And so I'm going to spare you all many of the individual names. But I'd like to thank all of the plenary speakers, the foundations, which, like societies, are critical standard bearers in their own operations and standard setters for the fields in which they define and support and reward excellence. Government funders who truly set the agenda of what gets studied and who gets to study it. Law and policy experts who focused on what we can do rather than what we cannot. We talked about how to end harassment and the politics and what to look forward to after next Tuesday. And so I want to thank everybody who participated. Without you, it would not have happened. The affirmative messages we received from each of our presenters encourage us to have courage, be creative, and keep up the fight. I'd like to thank the Executive Committee of the Societies Consortium, setting a strategic vision that recognizes and gives life to the needs of over 110 Societies Consortium members, can take the wisdom of Solomon. The Planning Committee, it was great planning this with you. I want to say thank you. I feel like we created an event that was informative, engaging, and empowering. And even though I didn't say a lot of names, I am going to say the names of Ed Smith and Louisa Hurt from Ed Council, who in collaboration with the Planning Committee contributed policy expertise and led the development and orchestration of this convening. I'd like to thank Jamie Lewis Keith and Art Coleman for their leadership from the beginning of this endeavor and combined policy and legal expertise. The Society's Consortium engineers of executive action and operations, not merely staff, all work tirelessly to make sure we have access and information about the laws which impact women involved in STEM, create model policies which empower societies to uphold the highest ethical standards, and have shepherded the creation of the ethical transparency tool. And most of all, I want to thank the Society's Consortium and its work that members do. Together, and only together, we can champion a future vision for safety, excellence, and excellence in the STEM ecosystem.
That's good. That's good. All right. Well, that's right. Well, Felice, you got any song? You got any recommend? We could get them up here if you want. Okay. That's right. That's right.